Hello everyone. We almost didn't make it today. I had so many issues with my PC before this. And even now, I genuinely don't know if my PC is doing what it should be doing. Um, I had to do a full system restore on my PC. And then I tried to open Chrome so that I could obviously get Twitch mod view up, and Chrome would not open. So I had to uninstall and reinstall Chrome. Always fun. Love doing that. It's totally not an eyesore to have to get through fucking Edge in order to do that. But yeah, it's oh, it's been one of those days. All right. So we're jumping back in. We are nearing the end of Act 5. We're getting closer and closer. I don't know if we're gonna hit Cascade today. For those of you who don't know why I'm like gunning for Cascade, two reasons. One, Cascade is the end of Act 5, right? It's the flash that plays at the end of Act 5. It's every act ends with a flash, right? There's the Ascend one with the Wayward Vagabond, which is one of my favorites. That's the end of Act 2. You've obviously got the one that ends at Act 3, which I'm trying to remember what one that is. I mean, they're all great, but there are ones that definitely stand out for me. The Cascade one, I would argue, is probably the greatest Flash in the history of, like, Homestuck Flashes. I would say Cascade is probably the best one there is. It's also the longest. I think it's like 14 minutes long. So let me just flick my my big light on. I hate the big light, but it does make tracking a lot better. So I'm probably going to just, let me flick it on. Oh, there's a can that I knocked on the floor. Turning into fucking Omi. I'm surrounded by cans. Nah, there's only 2 cans on the floor, it's fine. I'll deal with those after stream. Anyway. At least I'm not turning into fucking Asmongold. Fucking roaches high-fiving your toes. So. I guess we're getting back into it today. We left on a very precarious panel. I know that much. I did that intentionally, though. So let's get into it and hope that everything works. Everything is indeed working. Okay. So this is one hell of a panel to leave it on. There's a dancing silhouette that's flashing all over the place. Not scary at all, not precarious at all. Also, Cal is here. Cal is here. So let's wake Terezi up, because this is a very scary place for Terezi to be. I'm also going to lower the music ever so slightly. Actually, I don't think I need to. I think the music is... I think it's low enough to not be an issue for now, at least. We'll see. I'll adjust it as we go on. Also, Homestuck is muted. We don't want that. And also... Yeah. Alright. Next panel. You cannot wake up because you're not actually asleep. You were just taking a breather in this nice cozy pile of horrifically mutilated scalemates, which were gathered here to break your fall for some reason. You wonder where you are. This is a fancy looking room. It doesn't look like a place you would expect to find on this meteor. At least not in any strictly canonical capacity. It's already happening. Literally 2 pages in and we're already getting meta today. Oh god, it's going to be a long one. I will say I'm also incredibly fatigued. Yesterday I was almost completely bedbound for the entire day. I could not really do anything. I managed to feed myself, so I did eat. I didn't really get a lot of water though, but don't worry, I've got a big old 2-litre bottle of water next to me. I say water, it's juice, because I cannot drink juice. But yeah, we're getting through it. We're getting through it bit by bit. I'm gonna pace myself, take my time. I don't want to put too much stress on myself or pressure on myself to hit a certain goal. It would be cool to hit Cascade, but realistically, probably gonna hit maybe page 3,900. That's probably where we're gonna end up. So yeah, just being realistic. Not gonna stress, not gonna rush. Gonna take it bit by bit. And if anyone has questions, I'm definitely in a question answering mood. So, you know, I'm more than happy to explain things or help people go through things so that they understand what's happening. So yeah. Let's take it easy. I'm too exhausted to be angry if you aren't following. And yes, I'm specifically talking about Liv, because Liv has really struggled with keeping up with this, and I think I should do more to accommodate Liv, because Coco's following, Waffle's following, Liv not so much, so it's okay, we can do this, we can get through this. Breathe, and now let's just delve into a lot of people dying. Alright. Terezi, examine surroundings. This dapper kiwi-suited gentleman is quite familiar. You're almost positive he made an appearance in that very crowded dream you had recently. Where did he go? Something in this room smells funny. And fast. Terezi, climb stairs. You cannot ascend. The staircase is suffering from a catastrophic horn clog. Terezi, exit door. The door is locked. You will either need a key, or to break it down with force. You would need to achieve an especially heightened state of determination to pull that off, though. You've been completely hornswoggled. This whole thing was a setup from the start. A trap deployed by a cunning mastermind. All the clues are adding up. The blood, the note, the flagrant displays of tricksterism and japery. The identity of the puppet master behind all of this is now painfully obvious to you. Spider troll. Terezi, never change. Turn the music down, just do a little bit. There we go. Terezi, play records. Oh, here we go. Oh wait, we have I'm a member of the Midnight Crew? Oh, I'm pretty sure that's going to be a copyright though. Damn it. Ah, oh, that's such a good one. Yeah. Alright. Remove Midnight Crew. Oh wait. You select appropriate crime-solving music to set the right mood. With this kind of atmosphere, it's highly unlikely that any crime will stay unsolved for long. Remove Midnight Crew record. Alright. Also, Cal is freaking me out. I don't think I'll ever, like, be okay with Cal. It's been like 10 years and I'm still not okay with Cal. No, this vaudevillian cornball nonsense will not do at all. The mood is just not right for figuring out crimes. You put the record back in its sleeve. Terezi, examine cover. This is a real song, by the way. It's like over 100 years old. And actually for its time, the song was quite progressive, which is crazy to think. Maybe I'll do a karaoke in the future where I sing it. Maybe I should put that on the karaoke list. I feel like that would be quite fun. Who's this douchebag? Oh wait, yeah, this is the Midnight Crew song. I don't know where this video is from. Before you can make heads or tails of who exactly this douchebag is, something rolls out of the sleeve. It appears to be a very small record. It's so small. What is such a small record doing in this great big sleeve? You got Homestuck Disc 2. Now we're getting into it. You cannot get over how tiny this record is. It's adorable. You wonder what sort of music it plays. Terezi, play tiny record. Well, it's Homestuck Disc 2. It's time to put in the second disc. There we go. That's the scratch. Predictably, you scratched the surface of the disc. What were you expecting? It's almost like you don't know what a CD is. Okay, alright, well. With the disc damaged, who knows what sort of effects it will have on the data. Better store it somewhere safe to prevent any more mishaps. Terezi, capture log disc. It should be perfectly safe from any similar kinds of damage while secured in your scratch and sniff modus. Terezi, examine chests. You spend way too much time calibrating the ambience of your investigation, and not nearly enough time investigating. It's one of the most common pitfalls to being an investigator, aside from literal pitfalls which you actually fall into. There are 2 chests in this secret room. Nothing out of the ordinary. Chests are everywhere in this lab, and people find it all too tempting to sneak their personal belongings into them for safekeeping. That is, until the goods are stolen shortly after by those who can't resist looting every chest they encounter, which is everybody. Maybe these ones contain clues. Terezi, open chest. You got your neophyte red glare role-playing outfit. What is this doing in here? You've not worn it since your flopping days. The only part of it you kept on hand was the stylish pair of glasses, which of course, since the incident, has managed to become a regular accessory. You cannot imagine how someone could have gotten their hands on the rest of it. Surely a crafty and resourceful criminal is at work. Spider troll, spider troll, spider troll, spider troll. Terezi, wear suit. You don the garb of the legendary Legislacerator. Brings back memories of many successful fantasy prosecutions, resulting in the real executions of rival players. Those were the days. Terezi, open other chest. You got your Pyral Spite plush. Pyral Spite was your scalemate's sidekick during your campaigns. He was the model of loyalty, friendship, and righteous retribution. More than could be said for another partner in justice. There is no doubt about it anymore. She's clearly baiting you into confrontation. You mean baiting. Terezi, hug Pyral Spite. You embrace your old friend, releasing a mighty and majestic squeak. It has been too long, old friend. You vow never to let him out of your scent again. Honk. This puppet is becoming a nuisance. It appears to exhibit the same incredible puppet fastness properties which Dave's had. Must be some form of universal puppet enchantment. It couldn't possibly be the same one, because that would just be insane. Hey, where did Pyral's spike go to? Terezi, look up. There he is. How did he get all the way up there? He's always been quite the slippery scalawag. Maybe he was reminding you to check out the note. You almost forgot it was up there. Found a spelling error in a Homestuck, don't mind me. What with all your furious investigating, most of which has involved fooling around with records, hugging plush toys, and cosplaying as a childhood heroine. Terezi, read it. And just as you thought, it's a message from Vriska summoning you to do battle. It's written in Gamzee's rich, jelly-smelling blood, but is her handwriting for sure. Her quirk is present, leaving the matter undeniable. But why the hell does she want you to bring this stupid puppet along? She's so weird. There is a journal entry on the back. It probably isn't the slightest bit relevant to the current situation, but you guess it couldn't hurt to read anyway. Examine journal entry. So, we're back to the Marquise's journal. I suppose I'll have to get used to writing with this hand instead. I now do so in captivity, while I bring my awe to bear on the immensity of the subjugator's hijinks. I took their gesture as plain avowal of my prosecutions for futility. With a lone neophyte assigned to the task, how could I view it otherwise? I was sure that drawn from the bottom of their deck, not intended to squander more competent mercenaries on one who'd made a show of outclassing them all before. But I discovered all too late that red glare was their wild card all along. How is one allowed to be raised by a dragon in this era, let alone one of such middling blood? The sickly hue of godless civil servant. Those of her caste are typically pleased to mount a sluggish polar bear or some brainless squawking spleen fowl during petty expeditions to plaster seizure notices on gambling property. By what fluke was this woman granted such a weapon, permitting her to luxuriate in these delusions of righteousness? Something blocked the light of the unbitten moon, treating the harbor to darkness more grim than what fell this season's apogee. I made the mistake of looking into its eyes, each like a sun concentrated into a small jewel. As two hot garnets staring through a black veil, I shut mine quickly, but the more sensitive of them was burned irreparably. When I regained sight in the other, there was only red. My fleet was in flames. The neophyte was on deck. Pyral's spite she mentioned through her ridiculous forced grin. She wanted me to know the name of the beast which was able to consume my loosest whole. My dice were in the hold below. Not that my present luck would consent to a favorable roll anyway. I made a move for my blade. She took my arm, which I'm sure she kept as the tiniest of snacks for her ostentatious custodian. Maybe she meant to prove she wouldn't need me in irons to have my submission, bound or free, 2, 1, or none. I wonder how well she knows it's not what I do with my arms she has to fear. I await my trial. Insert disc 2. Here we go. Disc 2 Homestuck. Let's go. Here we go. Seer Ascend is our next one, so let's do it. Seer Ascend. Sis roof now, bring the puppet. The brief glimpses that we get of the ancestors get me so excited, by the way. Because I feel like the ancestors have such a fucking cool story. So here we are, we're on disc 2. And damn, okay. Much fanfare was made of the trial, more than I would have dared to hope. It seems my luck has been returning of late. The Highbloods surely intended to make a spectacle of my conviction. They filled the court block with peasants ravenous for the comeuppance of a blue blood. I wasn't about to deny them what they came for. It was kind of the authorities to supply me with a phalanx of such impressionable spectators. Their weak wills were nearly as thick in the air as the rust in their veins. Funny how my other senses seem to have peaked since exchanging glances with the dragon. What an extraordinary specimen. How I've come to covet the creature since it ruined my fleet. I know too well the whispers of a dangerous no infatuation when they beckon, but I digress. It was simple enough to nudge the hostility of the lowbloods from one aristocrat to the other. The subjugulators could not have been pleased, but nor could they have been altogether unamused. I would expect. I wonder if this was part of their unfathomable game. I'll never understand their riddles. I only regret I didn't get to hear the opening statement. The neophyte had prepared against me. The case she compiled from all that evidence she burned must have been damning. I bet her remarks would have stung worse than when she severed my arm. She certainly would have shown me the greater mercy by taking the other instead. Alas, I mock to disguise the extent of my regret. Had my escape not necessitated her demise, she would have made a lovely rival. If she'd only discarded her childish preoccupation with justice, we might have made a striking scourge. Had we inched blacker, then we'd have torn red miles across the land and sea. Unfortunately, the only miles to be found through her bureaucratic calling were those of red tape. When so ensnared, one is eventually bound to be choked. With the court block cleared, all that remained to obstruct my freedom was his honorable tyranny himself. Upon reflection, red glare showed the foresight of a true seer in thieving my arm before the trial. This, by the way, is his honorable tyranny. This is the judge. Can you imagine rocking up to court and that's the judge? Damn. It permitted a fair fight. She is so strong. She said it was a fair fight between him and her. Damn. Though I was free, I had no fleet. No matter. How am I yawning? I've slept so much these past couple days. What the fuck? No matter. With the Gamblicans decimated, I'd embraced the turn in fortune and pledged to put my sea-grifting ways behind me. With any luck, the skies will be my future. My thoughts again returned to that dragon. But first, I was in need of temporary refuge. I sought it with the expatriate. Oh god, here we go. He owed me for the sweeps of protection I provided after his brazen defiance of the High Bloods. It was perhaps the only such courageous stand I'd ever taken against a superior by one of his supercilious pedigree, and I'd have not have bothered sticking my neck out for another. But the admiration he'd won naturally wore thin, as he persistently bemoaned his treason and banishment, and I was saddened to find his habit holding strong, even now. I wonder if he still believes she was worth it. Repairing my arm would go a little further in squaring his debt with me. Even if I came with both intact, I might have ripped one off and put him to the task just to halt to his blubbering. Darklear was always a skilled machinist, and the work proved an adequate distraction. So pacified, he listened to what I had to say about my recent travails with the law and Pyral's spite, and what I'd come for, in truth, the treasure he'd be keeping safe for me. I cradled the oracle in my synthetic hand, as if appraising by weight the mystic qualities it still concealed. With my vision eightfold seared away, I was blind to its secrets, as the old doctor was to its present whereabouts. I'd learned to keep it cloaked from the awareness of the man who once called me his protege, a backhanded term of endearment from a smug manipulator. Locating his so-called dark pockets was the only gambit I had in countering his milk-tongued double-speak. The expatriate, for indiscernible reasons, seemed naturally surrounded by such a void in the doctor's awareness, and so was uniquely fit to inherit the orb. The doctor could not see his treasure, nor I into it. I considered what to do with it for a while. Should I find Pyral's spite by consulting with the oracle, as I'd done so often to steal fortune from my adversaries? I guessed exploiting some technological means of gazing through its surface may have been simple enough, but I hesitated. Every expedient is that the word? Expedient? Oh well. every expedient granted by its council, though never instantly, came at a price. Knowing his nature, I'm surprised I only now recognize it as yet another instrument of his spurious benevolence, dangerous by way of selective divulgence. The sense of infallibility his oracle brought me was superficial, and in hindsight weakened my readiness. Knowing my fate so far in advance, I took red glare's threat lightly. I can't speak. What's happening? The greatest mistake I have ever made was asking the orb when I would die. But as I revisited the prophecy surrounding this unfortunate query, something struck me. I thought of the man I would have as a mate spirit centuries from now, who was said to command an army of beasts, the one it called the Summoner. Yes! Yes! Ha 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 ha! The Summoner, let's go. Oh, so cool. I love the Summoner. Such a cool troll. A very cool story. Very cool troll. Really interesting motivations as well, as you'll find. Also, everything keeps glitching because disc 2 of Homestuck is scratched. So yeah, that's normal, don't worry. If my obsession with the dragon should continue to burn for so long, would he be the one to assist me in taming it? I did not have enough knowledge to ask the right questions when I had the opportunity. Were that the case, I might have asked if it would be his rare abilities of communion that would bring Pyral's spite under control. Would it be on account of my influence? And if so, would I exert his influence by taking his will or winning his heart? These are details I would have given no second thought in drawing from the orb. My curiosity of force usually too much to quell, but now I thought of the Summoner often. I've been troubled to know that as one so common-blooded, he could not possibly have hatched yet, nor will he wriggle from the caverns for many sweeps. So I must have patience to take up my role in his story of heroism. It's a tale which reads to me as though lifted from a child's story. Yet I know I'd be a fool to doubt its veracity. Veracity? I hope that's how you say that. Entirely. He would rise through the ranks of the cavalreapers and assume command. Having proven the most skilled and fearless of them, he would exhibit a remarkable pupation, the sort only recorded in myth, growing, or perhaps simply revealing, a striking pair of wings. His army, thus inspired, would spearhead a major rebellion. Surely one at least on the scale of the sectarian revolt crushed by the Highbloods, who thereafter forbade its mention, or any invocation of the heretical symbols at all, even in private journals, which is why I will stick to the fable of the Summoner and not risk another execution with even oblique reference to the compelling tale of the sufferer. Resolution to the Summoner's mutiny is foggy, as I only understand what has been that's either relayed or related to me through the brief answers I thought to solicit. Ultimately, the ire of the Condus would be such that, in the settling dust of the conflict, she would banish all from the home world except the young. She would scatter all who reached maturity to the stars to fight her wars. I presume to keep them occupied, existing in a less centralized state from which such a coup may arise. This is still an incredible notion for me to consider, and I cannot imagine how she would come to enforce such an upheaval in our civilization, though I suppose she will have on her side the advantage of an unparalleled lifespan and the leverage extended by the hideous psychic prongs of her deep, undulating monstrosity. That is until it chooses another little witch to serve. Nevertheless, I take the prediction as truth, and find it amusing that a homeworld dominated by children will be the great summoner's legacy. One of them, at least. Are we starting to see, like, the interesting parallels? So, the summoner being Tavros's ancestor. Tavros is obsessed with, like, Peter Pan, or Pupa Pan, the troll version. And the summoner's legacy is prophesied to be a homeworld, an Alternia that is dominated by kids because all of the adults are off-world. Purely to prevent anyone from basically staging a coup, an uprising. The Condess literally said, "Oh, you want to rebel? Alright, let's make it so you can never do that again. Can't rebel if you're not on the planet. Can't rebel if you're in the middle of a war, can you? You're a bit too busy for that." So yeah, she's kind of the worst. For those wondering, her imperious condescension is the queen. She is the empress, the ancestor of Thephery. And the sufferer was mentioned, you probably guessed by the symbols, that the sufferer is Karkat's ancestor. Although any mention of him is an immediate execution. So that's interesting. More importantly, and less amusingly, his legacy will be my demise. You see, I first learned his name when I asked who would be the one to kill me. I have never spoken or written of him out of contempt for the prophecy, but do so here in my final entry for this journal. I took this to be a pitiable fate, and scoured the orb for any means of escaping it, or at least to salvage a little dignity from the tale of my downfall. Alas, it had no consolation for my vanity. But as I sit here deciding what to do with the damnable little sphere, I understand my error. It was not in failing to chart a course through the future. It was not in failing to chart a course through future events, to turn my fortune's tide, even so many sweeps from now. It was in believing the future was mine to know, and fortune mine to control. If this hero is meant to breathe life into my... What is that? Embittered. Okay, it's a B. Embittered heart. And if he is to earn the right to run it through, then so be it. For him, I will commit to this page my highest expectations. And for what precious uncertainty is left in my future, I renew my vigorous anticipation. The oracle I will resolve to part with. I will conceal it in a crypt, bearing the sign of the expatriate, with a map to its location hidden in this journal. To whomever finds it, be wary, for the truth it tells may leave its new keeper blind, as I was, though no more. And what happened to Vriska? That's right. Took an eye out. Alright. We have another flash. Flip. Oh boy, here we go. Music's not playing. Why isn't the music playing? Oh, the disc is badly damaged. You can no longer play Homestuck. Oh no, guys, we can't play Homestuck anymore. Let's quit. You are forced to quit. You will not be able to resume playing unless you can repair the scratch in the disc. You will need to seek the service of someone who is capable of fixing a scratch doctor, if you will. Visit doctor. You rang? That was a joke, of course. You didn't. I don't have a doorbell, remember? Haha, hee hee, hoo hoo. You're early, however. Just under 8 minutes, in fact. I knew you would be, of course, fret not. However, a good host always knows how to keep his guest entertained. I prepared something exhilarating to tide you over for a short while. A peek at an event a certain someone didn't see fit to show you. I'm quite sure you were curious to see how our 12 intrepid trolls snatched victory from the claws of defeat in their stacked session, were you not? I know you were, hee hee. I ask only for a bit of patience while I finish sorting my affairs. Please do enjoy this in the meantime. Is this Rex Duodecim and Angelus? This is a mod, right? So, full disclosure, this is I believe, this is going to be exactly what I think it is. This is a fan animation that was so in keeping with the canon that the creators were like, holy shit, this is actually incredible. Not only that, fans who watch it are just like, yeah, this is canon now. This is exactly how it went. So, just to be clear, this is fanon, which was a headcanon that became basically fanon. So yeah. Yes. Yes. Here we go. Oh, let's watch it. Are you ready? Let me turn off all of these, shall we? Get these out the way. Okay. Let's watch Rex Duodecim Angelus. I don't know how the sound is going. It's quite loud. Okay. Hell yeah. Oh, enjoy work. Hope it goes well. God, I forgot how much fun this was. Such a fun flash. It's so silly. That's the 12-time prototyped king that they have to deal with. And of course, he's Naruto running. the weasel. Yes, our favorite lesbian. Here come the sea dwellers. It still amazes me that fans made this. Trying to shoot solids. That gets me every single time. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Throw motifs, let's go. Oh god. Yes. So her 8d8 the best possible result is she literally just becomes Marquise. So cool. So good. And it was made by fans. They never learn. Oh yeah. Big thank you to all of the artists. You guys are incredible. You made something beautiful. Damn. So, let's continue, shall we? Now that we've seen how the trolls won in such a stacked session, please come in. Oh, I like dark mode. I like this. Dark mode is much better. Can we stay like this, please? I like this theme. Welcome to my apartment. I trust you'll find my voice is more palatable against this decor. I continue to be an excellent host. I'm expecting 2 or more guests later. First one, and then another. Make yourself comfortable in the meantime, but don't touch the candy on the table. That's reserved for one of my guests. Let's have a look at this disc. She really did a number on it, didn't she? It's virtually unplayable like this. What a shame. There are many moments trapped on this disc, which you would have no doubt found to be quite exhilarating. But yes, I can fix it. It will take time, though. I estimate, by which I mean I'm certain by way of omniscience, that when I'm done, we will have reached just shy of the green circle on the card above. I'm sure you've already presumed this mark represents the beginning of Act 6. The disc should be ready to run in time to witness a critical event, a confluence of thickly interwoven, a-concurrent circumstances, which have been meticulously arranged by myself, influenced to a much lesser extent by you, and by an even more negligible degree, our heroes. The scratch will be healed in time, to watch these heroes put into motion, yes, the scratch itself. If you don't mind waiting here while I complete my repairs, I will tell the rest of the story. I will show you as well as I recover data from the disk, but the visuals I supply will be nothing more than abbreviated snapshots, and my telling will be abridged, immortality notwithstanding. I'm not going to live forever, you know. Tick, tick. And since for once in my life time is at a premium, let's get on with it. Where were we? Talk. I feel like I'm going to sneeze. One sec. I just realised I have no tissue. One moment, please, while I go get some. Okay. Whew. Damn. So, apparently, if I have my window open for even just half an hour, my allergies just don't like that. It doesn't help that it is definitely becoming more summer. I also got rid of those cans. Okay. Let's continue. Never mind. I figured it out instantly. Because of my unfathomable intellect, limitless knowledge, and mind-boggling charisma. Granted, my charisma had less to do with it than the other qualities, but it didn't hurt, did it? Here, I'll show you. Tick. Seer of Mind had challenged the Thief of Light to a simple game of chance. If the result was the undamaged side, the thief would agree to stay. If not, she would go. Talk. The result of the flip was left inconclusive, at which point you decided to pay me a visit. But the inconclusive should not be confused with the uncertain. The actual result was trivial. It was a constant across all timelines. Both the seer and thief knew this. The thief used her abilities to steal the fortune of her opponent and forced the flip to yield what she regarded as the most favourable outcome. The seer anticipated this move correctly. This is why I don't care much for gambling. While a sucker is born with each tick of the clock, a cheater is born with each tock betwixt. Also, because it's very boring and I'm already a very wealthy man. Tick. The seer relayed her terms through the generally understood argot of an assassin. The result, go, would, while at face value, suggest the thief was allowed to leave, was actually the seer's code word for the threat of death. This was obvious to everyone, including the thief. Talk. While the thief turned to fly away, making a show of unclaiming her prize, the seer would stab her in the back the moment her guard was dropped. This was her plan. Not a particularly clever tactic in its own right, but its ingenuity didn't dwell in the novelty of the ruse, nor even the neutralized probabilities in the game of chance. Psychology was in play. Tick. Naturally, the thief knew this was her intent all along. She knew the seer would have understood the outcome to be rigged, and that she likely intended to kill her as a consequence of the fixed result. This was to be seen as an implicit dare to the thief, to allow the flip to fall fairly, something which the seer knew the thief's ego wouldn't allow. And the seer knew the thief knew this as well. Just another pair of cheaters attempting to play with their cards face up. Amateurs. Talk. Each was gambling, not with any vehicle of probability which had been eliminated from the equation, but with each other's intentions. The thief indeed took the seer's bait, stealing the luck needed to effect the flip in defiance of her dare, and in turning to leave, she then posed a dare of her own to the seer, challenging her to back up the implied threat. This was the thief's gamble. She wagered the seer would not be able to go through with it. It turned out she was right. So ends a tale of rivalry. Well, almost, there's a bit more. In order to understand its proper conclusion, we should first catch up with another of my protégés, from whom I'm expecting a message shortly. The other seer, the other hero of light. Tick. Talk. Tick. Talk. Round 2. Here we go. Oh, here we left our hero of light. I thought we said here we go. Oh yeah, he stabbed John. She flew away to take vengeance on the noir. This side of the scratch, that is. The one less angry and dangerous. The one not yet unmotivated by a compelling duel. Compelling, but not particularly challenging. The seer wouldn't win this duel. My apologies if this spoils the outcome for you. I can't speak as discreetly about such matters against this canvas. Tick. I warned her. I warned my neophyte protege not to stare into that ball. Talk. I told her about stairs. Moving on. I'll remind you that the pacing of my account will be characterized by a reduction in granularity from what you've come to expect by way of an undamaged disc. You'll imagine the remainder of the duel to be sensational, and I will continue my steady distribution of facts as if they were pieces of candy poured from a bottomless white hemisphere. The duel ends, the seer dies, the slayer departs, the heir comes back to life. So John comes back to life, which is nice, but Rose dies. This outcome was hardly a point of suspense. It would be disingenuous of me to present it as such, and I will not belittle your intelligence with such a tawdry narrative ploy. It would be rude, and I am too well dressed for that kind of behaviour. If there truly stood some chance of permanence to the heir's corpsehood, oh, the music is playing. I wasn't sure if it was. If there truly stood some chance of permanence to the heir's corpsehood, I can hear you asking now, how could this moment later come to pass? As for that matter, what sort of story would this be, with our human hero of breath made to stay a cadaver? Definitely not one of the Alpha timeline would allow. Why am I so tired? I don't understand. Let me have a little sippy. There we go. Definitely not one the Alpha timeline would allow. And what sort of spectator would you be? If you'd forgotten the terms ruling the conditional immortality he won with his previous, similarly unceremonious impaling, he'd done nothing to earn martyrdom, by which we might laud his fall as heroic, nor had he tasted notoriety. To secure a death one may passe just. One may pass just? Is that passe or is that pass? I think it's pass. To secure a death one may pass just. And while I can't give you my assurance, I'm reasonably convinced of this much. When the hero of breath dies for good, it won't be as a scoundrel, but not for lack of devoted mentor. If I had served as his mentor directly, rather than his mentor's mentor's mentor, he may have stood a fair chance of perpetrating something underhanded. At the very least, his jokes might have been better. Instead, he got her. The other hero of light, always bugging him. Bugging and fussing and meddling. What's her deal? Let's find out. I mentioned there was a bit more to her story. I believe it's time to resume it. I trust you won't mind if I step away for a moment. I have important guests arriving very soon. If you need me, I'll be up here, making sure everything is in order, which it already is, and keeping an eye, which I don't have, on the clock, which I don't need. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. Bonk. Look at him. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. Apologies for my preoccupation. I've managed to pacify the rowdy of my 2 other guests with sugary little black dogs so that I may continue my narration, but only briefly. In a moment, I will go stand over by my typewriter and teach my neophyte protege the consequences for taking advice from strange men over the internet, while I continue to attend to my second guest, who is you, from an earlier point in the story, remember? We met here in my apartment a little while ago. At that moment, I was busy hosting you from the future, who is you right now, but I did not mention this at the time. I would have introduced your past self to your future self and vice versa, but it's a well-known fact that past and future selves tend to not get along. A good host will never tolerate the potential for discord among guests, and as hosts go, I'm simply the best there is. Please don't be alarmed. Past you was just leaving. Where was I? Of course. The 2 heroes of light had challenged the same Jack Noir, the one straddling the scratch and about 20 hours of his own time, to a simultaneous pair of duels. Simultaneity. Oh my god, simultaneity. Bruh, what is this word? I mean, I know the word, I know what it means. How the fuck do you say it? Is a concept more complex than its temporal analogue and is valuable for examining the properties of paradox space. It's the agent responsible for the major cosmic event which pre-extinction Alternians came to refer to as the Great Undoing. The same concept rules the innumerable lesser events by which this critical moment shall be catalyzed, including the break, my employer's arrival, the detonation of a very powerful bomb, and my own death. It is an abstraction weaving together the fortunes of otherwise perfectly disparate chronologies, such as those bound to a pair of distinct sessions. It's not fully comprehensible to a mortal mind, and the length I will go to explain it to you will not extend beyond this sentence, but the story will. The slayer was, for the moment, unmotivated by the thief's motion for a compelling duel. This side of the scratch, he opted for a more ruthless and calculating policy of extermination. On his arrival, not about to repeat the mistakes leading to his banishment, he quickly obliterated all 12 planets, followed by Prospit and Dust to weed out those who might outsmart him in the same manner. With as little fanfare, he seized the opportunity to follow the thief's trail quickly before it dissipated and destroy their hideout in the Vale, and, knowing her position, he would soon return for the duel she wanted, but not without a pair of trophies. You all doing okay? How we doing? You're good? I'm not. There is nothing that makes me sadder than seeing Carcat lying face down, dead in his own blood. Ugh, man. Tick. Tock. Again, sorry for the interruption. My conversation with the girl ran a bit long, slightly exceeding the 1 second I scheduled for it. This is where events began to outpace my awareness. The deeper into this dark pocket we explore, the more I'll be forced to speculate. I rarely have cause to rely on probability, but luckily for you, my guesses are better than anybody's. Tick. I've always believed that a good storyteller should keep a comprehensive record of past events on hand, a scrapbook of personal significance, for instance, from which he may piece together current moments from past ones of a similar, if not identical nature. It's more efficient. Talk. It's also logical since there's essentially nothing new in paradox space. Everything that can happen is either a visual or substantive reproduction of something which has already transpired on a timeline, offshoot or otherwise. Tick. And if I'm going to speculate on this duel, I might as well make use of earlier clippings. For the Slayer, this was round 1 against the Hero of Light. Talk. All I really need to do is flip it turnways, like so, and we have round 2. The thief would probably roll her dice. And just as probably, due to her impressive hoard of stolen fortune, she'd have a 100% chance of rolling the most favourable outcome. Ordinarily, this result would be almost impossibly improbable. The odds of the roll would be 1 in 16,777,216 to be specific, and to be less specific, 1 in 8 over y, where y equals 8. Hee hee. Tick. Talk. Tick. Talk. In round 2, the Slayer would not be merely compelled, but challenged, if my guess is right. Challenged by one claiming godhood before reaping the prodigious spoils from striking down a formidable endgame foe. One with the guile of a cheetah, the luck of a clover, the hubris of her mentor, and the drive known only to the pathologically competitive. I believe he'd be challenged, yes. Tick. But not outmatched. As one who shares the Slayer's source of power, my projection must give him the unambiguous advantage, but even so, while I continue to not be a gambling man, that didn't stop being a thing that was true or anything. Talk. I am reasonably sure that if I was, I wouldn't bet against her. Moving on. Let's pull back from this ever-narrowing dark pocket. All this uncertainty is wearing thinner than the only pair of pants in an immortal's wardrobe. I've never much enjoyed navigating the vortices of alternative possibility. The path, which alone has my absolute mastery, is the alpha timeline, a continuum I define as that which boasts exclusive rights both to my birth and to my death. Two circumstantially simultaneous events. Any divergence from this path, to my knowing, will taper into blackness, like rotting roots. But if I was a seer, such offshoots would be fully within my domain. And if I was a seer, of mind in particular, synaptic causality would be my specialty. A seer of mind would have given you a more reliable account, perhaps, but then she would do many things I wouldn't. A seer would support her allies in battle, not with her weapons, but her vision. She would sift through dross of her comrades' poor tactical inclinations, and examine the grim consequences. A seer would not charge into the fray headlong, but direct it as a conductor with a baton. She would have the sight to eschew the obvious gambits, and find the path to victory disguised cleverly as setback, or even imminent defeat. She would behold the fortunes of friends and foes in totality, and appraise the contrivance of luck itself. She would know its mines were not to be plundered, but simply explored and charted carefully. Talk. A true seer would know where luck is a given, where it's absent, and most importantly, where it doesn't matter at all. and she would know victory doesn't matter in a reality where all else is doomed to fail. Talk. What sort of story would this be with our knight and seer made to stay cadavers? Certainly not one the Alpha timeline would allow. Tick. And not one she'd allow either. So, Terezi's not dead. Neither is Carcat, thank God. Talk. Wow. Tick. Talk. She stabbed Vriska. Finally. Tick. Talk. Tick. Bro, sloppy makeouts now on the roof. Hee hee hee. Talk. Tick. Talk. Honk. Honk. Tick. John, you're heading into the blackout, so I won't be able to see you until you leave. But don't worry, I can still sense you're there because of awesome powers, remember? Smooth move ditching your computer like that. By the way, that was some incredible leadership you showed. We have seen this, by the way. We have seen this conversation. All the dots, John. All 16 million of them. Still dead, huh? Or are you too busy weeping over her corpse to pick up that headset and answer me? You can't fool me, John. I know you're not staying dead for long. And it's not just because I can clearly see you're alive in the future. You see, we're both the best there is, and therefore we have special privileges when it comes to mortality. It's hard to keep a god dead for good. We can only die under very specific circumstances. Didn't I mention? This is a flash page. TikTok. So, you understand that if a god gets killed, they will only permanently die if the death is just or if it is heroic. And this clock right here is tied to the soul and decides if the death is just or if it is heroic. And if it falls dead in the middle, then you're revived. Nothing too glorious about the way you just died, I bet. Let me guess. Even after all my lessons, you allowed yourself to get sucker stabbed, right? Pretty lame. I mean, luckily for you, it was lame. I guess being lame pays off when dying a hero's what you get killed. If our hero breath reached God tier, he would have been completely indestructible, lol. Damn, I forgot. I was gonna stop ripping on that guy since he got stabbed through the chest and died. Haha, whoops. Anyway, I figure you're probably safe from a just death too, since I'm pretty sure you haven't done anything all that despicable. Yet. Stop. I don't know for sure, but I'm betting that if I go to fight Jack, it will wipe out all the bad things I've done. I think if I die, it'll be a hero's death. So it ought to stick. Pretty good motivation to win the fight, though, don't you think? One way or another, I think this will be my last big challenge as a gamer. As such, I would like to pass my dice on to you. It's very important to me that they stay in good hands. John, that you continue their legacy, and that of my ancestor. 8 to the 8th. 8 to the power of the 8th, or whatever. I don't know, it's maths. I don't know maths. I'm gay. Maths are hard. Maths is hard. I also have dyscalculia, but I always disregard that because honestly, I didn't know that I had dyscalculia for a long time, so I just assumed that it's me being gay, and that's why I can't do maths. That's probably true, let's be honest. Use the code. I'm sure I can count on you to make something awesome with it. Slick, I'm serious. Please stop. This is a mess. Ugh. Oh, and here comes John. Still not alive yet. Man, you better hurry up. She probably doesn't have much time left. Trust me, what she's going through on Durst right now isn't much fun. Okay, I guess I should mention why I'm trying to contact you now of all times, rather than just skipping ahead. Remember how we talked about your backup plan? The one you devised to defeat Jack? In the off chance I fail, well, it's not gonna work if Rose is dead, is it? You have to wake her up, breathe some life into her, do the windy thing with your lips. You know what that means. Oh my. Gotta kiss her. Don't worry, I still can't see you, so there's no reason to be bashful or anything. And since we're a couple of professionals here who are focused on winning, we both know it doesn't have any meaning. It's not like I'd be jealous, even if I could see. Or why would I be? Or maybe that didn't even cross your mind. Haha. Man, why am I even talking about this? Oh my, oh my, oh my. This will not do at all. Oh. Let's just forget I said that. This isn't really how I wanted this conversation to go. I guess I was assuming you'd be talking back by now. So now I'm just talking and spinning my wheel device like an idiot. Maybe I don't actually know how I wanted it to go. I guess I could just shut up and skip ahead on your timeline a little. Talk when you're alive. That would make sense. So I guess I'll do that. But then, maybe if I did, I wouldn't actually say what I wanted to say. So I'll just say it. Pardon me while I adjust the narrow fenestrated wall. To be honest, I'm nervous about this fight. But I'm still going through with it for a lot of reasons. To save my friends, or at least the ones who are still alive, and, I guess, to save reality itself from being totally fucked up. There's that too. But I think what's motivating me to win this fight the most is the possibility of getting to meet you when it's all over. Maybe I can finally put all this terrible stuff behind me. And I won't have to worry about being the best anymore or proving what a ruthless killer I can be. Maybe I can try out whatever is supposed to be normal for a human. Who knows? It might not be as boring as it sounds. Hey, Half, what's good? Welcome in. Yeah, Snowman's here. We're almost, I believe, at Cascade. We just had the Rex Duodecim Angelus flash, which was so much fun. I forgot how much fun it was. It's such a fun animation. Oh, the fandom popped off with that one. So yeah, we're getting there. In due time. I will give you a little disclaimer. I've been a bit out of it these past couple of days. I'm chronically ill, so you know I've been dealing with my disability basically. So I'm taking things slow, and I'm going at my own pace. I might take breaks here or there, a bit more than probably I usually do. But that's fine. You know, we're just Taking it bit by bit. People are dying a lot, but you know that. Speaking of breaks, let me get a little drink. I think it's time to take a sippy from my new bottle. Delicious. It is weird that my bottle is so big I can't have it on my desk. I have to put it on the floor. Where were we? Maybe I can try out whatever is supposed to be normal for a human. Who knows, it might not be as boring as it sounds. Maybe. If you're not too freaked out by all the bad things I've done, or the fact that I'm an alien, we could go on a date. As much as I rightfully detest Doc Scratch, I love his page theme. No, I literally, the moment it shifted, I got so happy. I was like, oh, dark mode, finally. I much prefer this. Much prefer this. It's like a vacation for my eyeballs. It's really nice. To redirect the view from this impropriety. Oh, goodness. Hate Snog. Don't worry. It could be a human date, whatever that entails. No weird alien stuff, I promise. And no killing or murders, or even talking about killing or murders and such. Just whatever you would like to talk about and think is cool. I could even be persuaded to watch more of your absurd human films. Do you like any others which feature that rugged human with the long hair and wounded arm? You know the one. The sweaty guy with the mutilated animal and the speech impediment. I'm sorry, but referring to Nick Cage as a sweaty guy with a speech impediment is really fucking funny. Those would be tolerable to watch, I bet. There. Well, think it over. Before I go, I'll get in touch one more time later. When you're alive, and maybe you have something to say about it. Oh yeah. Sorry about your adult male guardian. I wasn't trying to be deceptive by not telling you. I decided not to because I didn't want to be the one to make you sad about it. Was that selfish of me? I don't know. You would have found out regardless, like we all did. There are things we care about that we just have to leave behind. It just sucks for those who aren't in as much hurry to leave it all behind as me. Wait, someone's coming. Hang on. I'm a wonderful chaperone as well as an excellent host. Shoo. Oh god, she's wearing her RP outfit. What the hell is she up to? Man, she's got her dumb dragon doll and everything. Guess she means business this time. Damn it, I've gotta go deal with this now. Anyway, if you actually get around to reading any of this, thanks for listening, John. If my outrageously great luck has any say in the matter, we'll be meeting up in no time. Just please consider what I said, okay? Later. Tick tock tick. Here we go. Stop. Clock's destroyed 1001 out of 1000. Oh, for crying out loud. Slick, I can tolerate many things from a guest. Curt manners, egregious womanizing, murdering the help, casual arson, even atrocious candy bowl etiquette. Fuck. Oh, my days. But it's the desecration of a priceless timepiece where I must draw the line. I'm afraid I must now insist you take your beating quite personally. Break. Vriska, wait. Oops, hold on. Hey, are you there? I did what you said, but I can't tell if it worked. Hello? You didn't fly off to fight Jack yet, did you? I hope not. Anyway, all that stuff you said sounds fun to me. I have hells of the Cage Flakes in my library. I do not even care that you're an alien. You see, Cage is the universal constant which unites us all. Well, if you haven't flown away, I'll look forward to your message. In the future. It would be nice to talk about all that stuff that happened. Anyway, bye. Oh, God. Hey. Oh my fucking hell, this is so insanely awkward and sad. What is? Hang on. Hey. Carcat? That was you? Where's Vriska? She what? Shit, I feel like an asshole for reading this whole thing. What whole thing? You mean what she wrote? Yeah. Why are you snooping around her computer? Because, wow, okay. So let me ask, did you both actually like each other? Like, I mean, something vaguely resembling actual genuine mutual sentiment or whatever, not some lopsided pining bullshit. What are you talking about? Did you like her, you windsock-headed shitmouth, is what I'm asking. Well, yeah, why? Okay, that's fine, then we'll talk about it later. Talk about what? I need you to be able to think straight. We have important shit to go over, and I don't have much time. And so on. Alright, like what? Plans. What plans? Never mind that. First, get out the fucking blackout to a place where I can see you. Leave now. I'll contact you in a while, once you've landed. Landed where? Lohack, obviously. Oh, obviously. Well, how else do you think you're going to cause the scratch, idiot? Do you even have any clue what's going on? Wait, of course you don't. You're wearing pajamas and I cannot say pajamas in an American accent. So there. Wearing pajamas and giggling at clouds, like each one was shaped like the rudest bit of naked anatomy a human can recognize. No, I'm not. I mean, yeah, I am wearing some pretty nice pajamas. But I know lots of things. Like about the tumor, which I already recovered. Wait, I mean, the tumor. Wait, fuck. I mean, oh, screw it. You know, the big bomb and some other stuff like that. I'm totally in the loop. Great, awesome, now get going. So I have to cause a scratch, huh? Okay, I'm done here. Talk to you in 1 second for me. One long, windy fucking journey for you. Okay? Hi. You let me down, Slick. Let's get down to business. Aren't you gonna ask me how my journey was? No. It was long and windy, but a lot of fun. I really like flying. It's so much fun. Oh, I bet it's just the biggest fucking blast a guy can have without a pair of Shane globes secured in his two trembling fists. You haven't tried it? Every douche got to fly but me. Even the useless, legless fuck. May he rest in peace, I fucking guess. Wait, is that the guy who Vriska killed? Oh god, you actually know about that? You know what? I give the fuck up trying to understand you and her. Why? Egbert, goddammit, will you shut your mouth and listen? Okay, but is something wrong? What? A while ago you talked to me and it sounded like you're in danger. And It sounds like some people died, but you never told me what happened, and then I got distracted by a lot of crazy stuff. Yeah, something's wrong, or it was. A bunch of us died at the end. I don't really want to talk about it. Oh, are you sure? Yes, and not just because, oh, the clock is rapidly ticking down to something we're calling the critical moment. And no, I don't know what that is. So close your reeking question, geezer, before it asks. But I'm your friend, aren't I? Oh, God. Well, John, I can't handle talking about it, okay? I just got done dealing with Gamsey, and I'm feeling pretty emotional about it. So please no. Who's Gamsey? He was my best friend. Really? I thought Teresi was your best friend. Or wait, maybe she was your girlfriend. I forgot. My think pan, it hurts. It is presently threatening to make me its bitch. John, is that what you want? Do you want your cool alien pal to become the bitch of a raw, throbbing think pan? Such is the scenario before us. Sorry, I don't mean to be nosy. I just want to know some things about your situation. I'm concerned. Gamsey was my very good friend, who was a goofy, lovable bullshit clown until he went on a fucking rampage and killed some people. I liked him a lot. I don't know. I guess my best friend is really just the guy who I happen to be feeling the most sentimental to at the moment. Is that a fucking crime? No. I think I know how you feel. So we killed some people. And then what? So then It's okay. You can tell me. John, trust me, you wouldn't understand. It's just a troll thing. Humans wouldn't get it. You might think I was a shithead and I can't deal with that now on top of everything, so let's drop it. Huh. Okay, if you say so. Oh, I can't believe I almost forgot. I've been dying to know since I left the battlefield. Do you know if Rose is okay? Did it work? I thought I could rely on you of all people. She's awake. Yay. She's fine. She woke up alive on Durst. Really? That's the rule, John. You kiss a dead player in time and their dream self takes over, assuming they still have one. Oh, wow. It's incredible you reach God tier status without even understanding the more mundane means of resurrection available. Wait, your unfailing cluelessness makes it the opposite of incredible. My mistake. So I guess it would not have worked on my dad then, or Rose's mom. No, but that's exactly what I wanted to picture happening behind the black curtain, John. You snogging up your dead-hatted man, Lucis. Thank you for that mental image. Or Rose's adult woman, Lucis. Maybe a dead woman sweeps your senior is more your cup of sauce, since apparently you're not a homosexual, whatever that even means. Not even to speak of your race's absurd qualms with the notion of incest, which again, still sort of wondering how that can even be a thing. Is that your game, Egbert? Have you had your eye on Madame Lalonde? And you've been waiting for a convenient resurrection opportunity to bust out your most passionate smooch motifs kept in reserve, and in front of her dead female offspring, no less? Just shameful. Well, she is a very pretty lady, but that seems like a really inappropriate thing to think about, Carcat. You don't say. What are we even talking about anymore? I don't know. I'm frankly pretty upset about finding them dead in the Magic Castle, and I guess was wondering aloud if something could have been done. Or at least maybe to talk about it without angry tirades being involved. Exactly. You're embarking down Tragedy Lane, and we gotta stamp that garbage out. We can't have you getting all morose while we've got so many irons in the fire. Fuck, loaded phrase, forget what I said. Just clam your shit up and forget your stupid guardian. Like I did Like I did with my dear crab monster custodian, who I adored in no way whatsoever. You're being a douche. Wait, what am I saying? You're always a douche. Yes, thank you. Your dad was a crab monster? Shut the fuck up. We're talking about something important. Rose, remember? Yes. She's waiting on Durst for your bomb to be delivered. It will arrive safely a little later.
Oh, great. How do you know it gets there?
Jade told me. To do what it is you do best. Jade from further ahead on your timeline before my piece of shit clown bro made everything terrible here. She and I were hammering out these plans. I talked to her across pretty much the full spread of her timeline until the scratch starts and the feed cuts out. So I have a sense of the whole picture here, and it's my job now to put some things into motion.
That's cool. It's nice to hear that you're working together. I should pester Jade and see what she's up to.
You should You should sit your ass tight and do the fuck what I tell you the fuck to fucking do.
Oh.
Anyway, she and Dave have a lot of frog breeding, accelerating the process significantly by exploiting time travel with help from me and Kanaya since we were in charge of frog duties in our session.
Frog duties? Wait, which one is Kanaya again?
Don't interrupt. I'm following a train of thought. Okay, Kanai is my other best friend. She was like the hero of space like Jade, which means she's the stoker of the forge and is basically in charge of frogs, which sounds fake as fuck, I know. You breed the right frog to make the universe you want to make, which is a long, arduous process, and I kind of fucked it up in my game, but that's a whole other story which I'll get to later, okay?
Wow, okay.
She and Dave ran into Jack, which I'm sure he must have saw coming because I've never seen anyone exploit time travel so shamelessly as him. Not even Aradia.
Aradia?
Just another dead troll, who cares? Stop frowning, she was already dead before she died. So, she and Dave fought with him a while, and long story short, he died.
What?
But it's fine, I guess that was his plan. Like some bizarre, useless last stand. Even if he didn't tell Jade, who was pretty freaked out until I talked her through it.
Did she kiss him too?
You're not supposed to kiss her, Mr. Noir. You're supposed to kill her. 4 times corpse smooch combo. Yeah, right there, while Jack watched like a fucking creep, but it worked.
Oh my god, Carcat. It's like your shitty shipping grid is coming true before our very eyes. I remember when you made that ugly thing.
Who gives a fuck about shipping or my ludicrous stranglehold over all topics concerning romance? I'm still talking. He woke up alive on Durst and met with Rose. That was the end of the line for Alpha Dave, to my knowledge. He doesn't time travel after that, and he and Rose stay on Durst, waiting for the bomb until you start the scratch. But I can't see either of them because of the blackout lingering around Rose for whatever reason. Nobody knows what's up with that. Regardless, it's his job to plot a course through the ring to find the sun. When he does, either he or Rose will deliver the bomb. I don't know which. Now leave and never darken my door again.
But now they don't have dream cells left. Whoever goes will be risking their life for good, won't they?
That would be the logical extension of those facts, yes.
This is unacceptable. I couldn't do it. Couldn't I do it? I'm apparently immortal because it's god tier business, so the bomb probably would not kill me.
Okay, but don't you think there's a remote possibility that going on a suicide mission to save all of reality would count as a heroic death?
Huh. Maybe I could try to be not all that brave while I do it.
You asshole, of course you'd be brave. That tends to be what happens when you do something really fucking courageous.
Yeah, I just don't want to lose anyone else is all.
That's just how it is. I've lost friends for way more pointless reasons. You're all out of options here. You'd be risking death just as much as they would. And they're better qualified to handle the mission as the Durst Dreamers. Jade's dream self is dead too, so she's out. Or, to be more specific, her dream self is an overly emotional dog who went off whimpering somewhere. I'm pretty sure she'll be completely useless.
Oh, yeah. She mentioned something about that. She says she prototyped her dream self. What happened with that?
She doesn't like to talk about it, kind of a sore subject.
Why?
She thinks she's selfish and completely hysterical, and I guess hates the part of herself she represents. But I mean, the thing is, she spent a long time being dead and moving on. It's not like you can just bring someone back and expect them to give a shit about all the stuff you think is important. I've tried to tell her that her sprite self is probably nowhere near as despicable as she's making out with herself to be. I mean, making herself out to be. You know what I mean? Look, I'm just saying, we all got flaws, even her. And for all the shit she's given me on this very subject, she keeps herself dangling from a very high hook. She'd be doing me a major personal solid by making at least some attempt to get herself off. Wait, fuck, what did I just say? Wow. I meant let herself off. The hook. The fucking hook. It's a figure of goddamn speech. Raises eyebrows. Put those back down before my hot acid rage breath burns them off your idiotic face.
Okay, I'm putting them back down as not suggestively as possible.
What were we even talking about? Wasn't this whatever this is?
What is what this is?
Phrasing, boom. Yeah, I mean, Cargat's having a lot of like Freudian fucking slips. Speaking of, I would like a drink. Carcat's voice does a number on your throat. Phrasing. Okay. It's nothing, you shit. It has been the conversational equivalent of us whistling through our snort barrels while touching each other inappropriately.
Was that another weird erotic slip of the tongue?
No, that was me being worked up into this ridiculous fucking conniption and saying something inflammatory. God, how does that not be clear by now?
Okay, well, now that what I'm getting from this, aside from the possibility that Jade may or may not have kissed Dog Jade at some point, is that neither of them will be able to help with the bomb plan.
That's exactly right. The pajama prodigy used his puzzle sponge today. Besides, Jade is responsible for other important parts of the plan. For one thing, you'll have to wait for her to send you the code for the quills. Can't scratch the mesa without them. She got them from her denizen, or will, later on her timeline, now that she lit the forge and woke the monster up.
Aren't those the really tough to kill guys?
Yeah?
Did she kill him?
Hell if I know. Her explanation of the entire encounter boiled down to, and I quote, shenanigans. Lined for infuriatingly vague. Anyway, after she gives that to you, she then has to go through with the rest of the plan, which is making sure you will survive after the scratch, minus one of the Durstreamers, of course. The plan revolves around some really baffling hand-wavy mumbo-jumbo, which I don't really understand. But she told me to trust her about it because the info comes from a reliable informant, whitened for smug tool. It involves something to do with a yellow lawn ring, which isn't a human word for it. It's just your word is so dumb, I feel dumb for saying it.
Word for what?
I guess your entire escape plan somehow pivots critically around an unwatered piece of residential property. It doesn't matter what it means. Jade said she had this figured out, and I don't have time to do much but trust her. The point is, she's all booked up, and all too mortal. So she won't be delivering the bomb, and neither will you.
Okay, well, what about this? Since she is mortal, and I'm not, sort of, and I don't need to do the scratch for a while. Can I go help her? Maybe she could use some protection. Maybe that's what Dave was just trying to do when he temporarily died. I remember Jack is still on the loose. He's killed Rose and Dave once, and me twice. No, 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 no. Sweet bleeding Gigas, Egbert. You keep bragging about your immortality, then brainlessly announce plans to go off and do something heroic. You're gonna have the shortest lifespan of any immortal in history. Sorry. Besides, it's a total non-issue. Jack wouldn't hesitate to stab you again, but he won't hurt Jade for some reason. If anything, you could use her protection. Really? I never noticed when looking through her timeline earlier. It wasn't until I was talking to her in those time frames, and she told me, he just keeps following her around. So, I can see him off in the distance in some frames, just lurking there, shadowing her movements. It's incredibly disturbing. He lingers around her until the scratch begins and I lose the feed, never once doing anything threatening. She says she thinks it's because Jack inherited loyalty of her Lucis. If she's right, I guess her Lucis really did offer her the most protection possible by prototyping itself, albeit by dooming us all. The idiot. Aw, that's actually kind of cute.
I saw an Archer reference and took the chance. Absolutely, we love Archer. In fact, fun fact, Archer is the only Western animated cartoon I like. I famously do not like Western cartoons, except for Archer. Archer's good. I enjoy Archer. Do you want ants? Because that's how you get ants. Archer's so good, man. I miss the days when Pat was when Pat no, fucking Pam when Pam was a crack addict. Man, I need to catch up on Archer. It's been a while. It's been a while. Yeah, I need to try and catch up on Archer. So much fun watching it. Maybe that's what I'll do tonight after stream. I'll just stick on some Archer and then, relax. Get some blankets. Hell yeah. That sounds like a good time. When this conversation's over as well, I think I might get some food. Not like a big meal, just some snacks to snack on. Because I did eat before stream, but I, to be honest with you, I only ate once yesterday, so I'm quite malnourished. But it's okay. I'll get back on it. Where were we?
Aw, that's actually kind of cute. Sadly, he holds no such loyalty to any of us here. He regards us all as a ripe for the repeated skewering. Oh fuck, maybe we should have all just dressed like Jade. I can't believe this stroke of genius only occurred to me now. I don't think he would have been fooled. Dogs have pretty good senses of smell. It was a motherfucking joke.
Will you look at this mess?
Anyway, it doesn't matter anymore. We can ride this out for a little longer until the critical moment, and Day/Rose can destroy the sun. Jack shouldn't be a threat. Conveniently, if they're successful, that will signal the beginning of our own escape plan. What is your plan? Apparently, the explosion will be so huge it will be visible at great distances through the furthest ring. Even from different sessions, like yours and ours. You won't get to see it because by then your session should be wiped out by the scratch. But we will. This plan is to use it as a beacon and travel there as a rendezvous point. Rendezvous with who? We got people there. That's what Jade tells me. Jade knows so many things lately. What even is her deal? Hell if I know. This is basically dream intelligence. Every time she goes to sleep, she has more to ramble about. She says I should go to sleep too, find out, but I'm like, how the fuck am I supposed to be napping in between making all these plans and getting persecuted by this demented honking asshole? So yeah, we'll meet in the aftermath of the explosion with our people on the inside, or I guess I should say outside. I don't think they can come with us though. Come with you where? Who are they? Dead people. As for where, It's not like we're going to stick around there forever. That would probably be depressing, since we're not fucking ghosts. The Scratch will reboot your session, your whole universe, actually. So somewhere in this dreadful abyss, that new session will start up in its own incissphere, from scratch. Look at that, another pun, because using that fucking word every other sentence. Kill me now. But that from scratch fucking LOL session is what you're shooting for to survive. The idea is for all of you to preserve yourselves by escaping there. Through the lawn ring? Yes. Once you're there, you'll help us find our way there too. And then we can all finally figure out what the fuck to do with the rest of our lives. Oh. So then this is how we're supposed to meet. That's kind of exciting. Yeah. I guess if enough of us are alive by then to meet. So I guess you're not worried about it turning into a huge sloppy makeout fest anymore. Oh, right. Ha ha ha. John, you and Vrisker better keep your hands to yourselves, or everyone's gonna be really uncomfortable. No interspecies funny business, is that clear? Blah. I am convincingly flipping my lid about this, waving my arms around a lot, making all my best yelling faces. Wow, look at that, it's time to change the subject again. Huh? Poof, subject changed. If it works and you wind up in the new session, that's why it'll be important to make sure one of the Durstreamers stays with you, so they can help guide us there from the ring. Will there be other players in the session? Like alternate universe versions of ourselves, or such? Probably, but those chumps won't know anything about us, or all our plans. Why would they? Yeah, it's just kind of a weird thought. So, out of everything we just talked about, this is the thing that has you tripping globes. Whatever you say. But I guess it's sort of comforting too. If Rose or Dave have to go off and die, at least I get to see them again in a way. Even if I will only be alternate universe John to them, maybe my dad will be alive in that session too. Okay, maybe. None of that. But before you get too excited about that, first, you've got to make sure you get there first. Which means you have to do what I say and stick to the plan. You need to focus on getting ready to start the scratch. The game doesn't make a hard reset that easy to pull off. Once you initiate it, the game throws everything it's got at you. Which is one reason why you're the best guy for the job. Because of your superpowers and silly windy bullshit. Okay, I'll do my best. What should I do right now? Get prepared. Make all the equipment you think you'll need. Stay out of trouble. Wait for Jade to send that code. Wait for me to contact you for the first time. And do your best to humor him while he ignorantly attempts to flame you back into the puddle of slime you crawled out of. Please. Oh man, our first conversation ever. I can't wait. Yeah, but can I just say something in my defense before that happens? I don't actually hate you, and I never did. I was deluding myself. Deep down, I'm sure I was always pretty okay with you. Thanks, Carcat. It wasn't a fucking compliment. The scrapbook is now in hopeless disarray. Feel free to examine the clippings while I tidy. Oh, there's a conversation between Jaspers and Nepta.
Jaspers, I guess I should say farewell to you.
Why, Nepta?
Because this is the end of your timeline, and I don't know what happens to you after this. I mean, happens to...
I can't do her voice.
Happens to you after this. Sorry, that one was kind of obtuse. Sorry.
What's a timeline?
That's a hard question. Okay, imagine a long, tempting strand of yarn.
Yes. Oh, yes, that's so great.
Now imagine instead of being made of wiggly, enticing stuff, it's made of what lets you exist. And you're right at the twitching tip of it. Don't you see? Look at the sky.
Meow. Yes, I see the sky. And can tell that indeed something is going on. But aside from that, I don't really understand what you said, being a cat and all.
That's fine. You don't have to try too hard. All you have to know is this, it's the scratch, and I'm not 100% sure what happens next for you.
I can't even roll my R's right now. Let me hydrate. Maybe if I hydrate, I'll be able to roll my R's.
I still think
I can't even do Jasper's voice now. What the fuck?
I still think it's nice how you slip cat things in the things you say. You're so clever and wonderful, Nepeta. What's the scratch?
Well, you know Rose's friend John?
Yes, of course.
Imagine that he is using his great big circle like a really fun scratching post, and it makes all this light come out that changes everything. Just after he starts doing that, the sky goes funny everywhere, and then I can't see you anymore. Yes, that's what it is.
I think I understand that completely.
I'm a bit nervous for you, especially since you remind me so much of someone I already lost. But maybe you'll be okay. I don't know.
I'm not worried, Nepeta, so you shouldn't either. It's not as if I have never died before.
You're a brave kitty, just like Pounce was.
Pounce was a cat like me.
Yes, she was amazing. I bet you and she would have gotten along famously.
I bet you're right.
Was she nice to sniff? Yeah, she smelled really good, and also she was super...
No. No. I can handle the purrs and the meows and the fucking cat puns, but I will not be caught dead saying this bullshit. No. No. Okay.
She was super beautiful. Wow. Did you ever have someone nice back on Earth who you loved?
Rose. I loved Rose.
Of course you did. I mean, a nice cat. Who was your mate, Sprit?
There was a time I remember I was thinking about girl cats a lot for some reason. I would saunter around the house making all these big meows and looking out the windows with my nose touching the glass. But then Rose's mom took me to this place where I was scared to be for a while. And then when I was at home again, I didn't do the meows anymore. I guess I didn't think about the girl cats after that. Which is just as well, because none ever came to the windows. Really, not even when I did my biggest meows.
He got neutered.
That's too bad. But I bet lots of girl cats would have loved to be with you. If only there had been some around to hear your lovely meows.
You're really nice to say so, Nepeta. What about you, though?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I've never told anybody this. Not even my Moira. Actually, he's the last guy I might tell. He so wouldn't approve. But yes, I have liked somebody for quite some time, but alas, he doesn't know it.
Why don't you tell him?
Maybe you can win his affection by rubbing your cheek against him. That's what I would do. Oh, no, no, no. I'm too shy even for that. And he's so adorably grumpy all the time. It probably wouldn't go over well. It's hard to explain. Maybe cats think differently. But trolls tend to be pretty cautious about expressing their feelings when it comes to the flesh quadrant. What's a quadrant? It is, okay. It has romantic applications, but it's also something more general than that. A quadrant is, how do I say this? A quadrant is a thing in a group of things that consists of 4 similar things. Like paws? Exactly like paws. I see, that's really easy to get. I think you should tell him that you like him. You might not get the chance if you don't. For instance, I think instead of meowing at windows, I should have just scurried out of a door before it could close. Then I might have found a girl cat to sniff. Oh wow. I know, but it's just not that simple. I could make someone else jealous, I think. And what if he doesn't feel the same way? And, it's so complicated. Maybe I just need to let go of the silly infatuation. I think it's never going to happen, honestly. You shouldn't lose hope. I have another story that might give you hope, even though it should be noted again that I'm only a cat. Oh? Yes. One time, I was with Rose, and I was sitting there, dressed up in my suit with her, as happy as can be. But then she disappeared. The whole place disappeared. And I was in another place. There was no Rose there. There was someone else. I guess I loved her too, in time, but never as much as Rose. It just wasn't the same. I kept wanting to see Rose again, but never did, and finally lost hope that I would, and then I died. But then I became alive again, and I got to see her, and I was so happy. Purr, purr, purr. That's my story, and that's why I think there's always hope, even if you die. So you're saying that maybe I will have to die to get to be with him? Yes, maybe. I hope that's not the case, but I guess you just have a different way of looking at things. Thank you for the advice, Jaspers. Brr.
Feel free to examine the clippings while I tidy. Ooh, what do we have? Ooh. Let's look at this one.
Dave?
So, Dave Sprite and Jade Sprite are on Skya, and they just met. Here's one for you. It was a whopper. You ready? For what? She's fucking whopper, I'm about to say. You mean a canard of behemothtic embellishment? What? Or was your resolve finally dismantled by the siren song of all that flame-broiled beef? Okay, no. Okay, first, do you even have Burger Kings out in the fucking woods? Why do you reference things that obviously aren't in the woods like terrible burgers? I'll limit my establishments of reference to lumber mills and sugar shanties from now on. Also, there's a Burger King less than 40 minutes from my house. I won't let this stand in the way of the new policy, though. There is? Okay, whatever. I'm talking about a dream I just had. I mean, it was a doozy, like psychologically speaking. Doozy is a slightly dumber word than a whopper. It's certainly less delicious. It was absurdly heavy-handed. My subconscious was really slathering it on. Like whatever tangy sludge the king himself squirts on his barking patties. It's possible that I dreamt it ironically, I don't know. Figured you'd be interested in hearing about it. It's every bit as thick and juicy as half a pound of sizzling grade A premium. Okay, this is stupid. We've got to get burgers out of this conversation. Are you busy? Yes. Cool. Listen to this. I thought you didn't want me to analyze your dreams anymore. No, but this one's too good not to put under the microscope your whole precocious psychotherapy shtick. It's almost laughably symbolic of all my mental problems, assuming I actually have those. It's grotesquely pregnant with meaning. All just stating at least 8 gooey octuplets thrashing around in an undulating belly full of mind slime. Maybe we can start by evaluating that troubling metaphor. No, look. I just want your professional take on how many things my dreams symbolize dicks. One more time. One more time. I just want your professional take on how many things in my dreams symbolize dicks. We've already established that all of your dreams are packed with enough homoerotic symbolism to lift Freudian theory from the ashes of discreditation. Yeah, it's a given that I didn't even dream about puppets this time. Are you serious? I'm clearing my schedule. This is a major breakthrough. I know. So much more relaxed and enjoyable. It was about me dying repeatedly. Go on. I was in this dark place surrounded by this big flock of crows. God, this is so generic and morbid. I'm sorry in advance for exposing you to my unconscious mind's fucked up cliches. It's okay. They wouldn't be cliches if they didn't comprise the unanimously understood bedrock of phallic symbolism, with no other viable interpretation. Well, obviously I knew the birds were just black screaming sky dogs. Just hear me out. I kept dying. There kept being these traps. Like, I would go one way and get my head chopped off, or go another way and get stabbed or whatever. Every time I died, the dream reset itself, and I was standing there, alive, and ready to try to escape again. But each time, I would be watching myself from the vantage point of a different crow. Like I was the crow, all squawking around in circles, like a macabre flapping douche. And I would always watch myself try to do something different to dodge the trap, but I always end up dead. Well, if I've learned anything from my extensive skimming over the Wikipedia articles on dream analysis, it's that this dream is very unlikely to have any literal significance whatsoever. It's probably not about dying at all. You mean maybe it's about anxiety and over maintaining my blogs? Or that my beats might not be ill enough? Yes, in fact, if you were on the couch, that would have been my next question. As a licensed professional, Mr. Strider, have you considered that what you actually dread is to have your urban rhythms exposed for what they truly are, which is clinically speaking just shy of da bomb? And then we crack up. And we crack up laughing because we both know they're fresher than your mom's change of drawers and tighter than when she's wearing them. Listening to you conjure imagery of my mother in her underpants is definitely keeping us buoyed high above the swirling Freudian hellhole. Well done. Please, it's not like she's my mom. I could Oh no. Man, I love hating on Freud. As someone who did psychology in school, yeah, I love hating on Freud as well. My psychology teacher said to me when we started Freud, he said the first thing you need to know about Freud is that he's an idiot who wants to have sex with his mum. Hey, I'm here. Why is everything green? Because the Homestuck disc scratched, so we took it to Doc Scratch because he's a disc doctor. That's what he does. And he said, I'll tell you what, I'll take over the pages for a while, so that you can know what's going on. And I'll work on repairing the scratch disc. So that's why all the pages look like this. Yeah, we're in Scratch's apartment. Yeah. Oh, also, Rose died. John died briefly and then came back to life because it wasn't a heroic or a just death. And then Dave died. And John had to kiss Rose's corpse to wake up her dream self. And Jade had to kiss Dave's corpse to wake up his dream self. So they're both awake on Durst, waiting for the tumor to be delivered. And, oh, what else have we missed? Oh yeah, Vriska's dead. You'll be pleased to know Vriska is finally dead. I miss so much. Yeah. Vriska's dead. Vriska is dead, yes. You missed Vriska being stabbed through the back by Terezi. Yeah. Vriska's dead, maybe. No, it had the dead symbol. You know when a character dies in Homestuck and they usually write dead next to the corpse to actually signify that that person is indeed dead? It had dead next to her corpse, so she's definitely dead. And also, like, Carcat is not telling John because John and Vriska had a thing going on and he doesn't want to upset John, so yeah. She's definitely dead. Wait, was it all just because God's here and all? Well, no, Vriska had a just death, because if Vriska had gone through with her plan, she would have sought out Jack, right? And Jack would have been able to trace her little pixie dust trail back to the Vale where all the other trolls are hiding, which would have resulted in Carcat and Terezi both being killed. And obviously, a seer of mind could foresee that happening, and so Terezi killing Vriska would be a just death. And the clock even swung that it was a just death, so she is officially dead. Sorry. I guess, if you care about Vriska enough to care. At the moment, we're having a very Freudian conversation where Dave is trying to break down how much of his dreams resemble Dick's and why he is so homoerotically haunted by his subconscious, and is also trying his best to envision Rose's mother in underwear, not realizing that Rose's mother is his mother, which is really fucked. But yeah, Vriska's death was just. And that's why John came back to life, because he was just stupidly stabbed. It wasn't just or heroic. Oh, well, this is Homestuck. Yep, welcome. Welcome in. Yeah. So. You know what I realized? My 7 TV is not working. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I had to do a full system recovery earlier for my PC, and not everything is working. But we're fucking getting through it regardless. We're just gonna get through it and keep going. Please, it's not like she's my mom. I can visualize her choice ass and all I want, without getting much more than moderately uncomfortable for everyone involved. What if you're wrong? About what? Her not being your mother. Don't worry, you're probably safe. Luckily, I can think of no literary or historical precedent for that sort of folly whatsoever. This isn't the first time you've insinuated we're related. What is up with that? Isn't it? No. I mean, I'm not sure. I feel like you brought it up before, which is kind of weird, but now I don't. I think I'm getting these weird deja vu thing where I was sure we talked about this. Forget it. Why don't you tell me more about your dream? Okay, so I kept dying, kept being crows and stuff, and then I started to notice something was coming from the sky. It was this faint, eerie singing. I look up and there's nothing. There's just darkness. That's interesting. I've read about this. What did you read? Certain texts say singing from the unknowable void carries a message, that its recipient has been selected for a mission of supreme cosmic importance, that will result in your death and that of billions more, but one that is essential to the perpetuation of existence itself. The fuck sort of crackpot psychology would say something like that? It's not from a psychology text. So then, you're consulting astrology books now. Not astrology, more like zoology. My fucking god, when you put that away. Okay, keep describing the dream. Though, if the rest of it is incompatible with the prognosis of the zoologically dubious, I will withdraw my insinuation. There's not even much more to it. I looked up in the sky, didn't see anyone singing, but even though the sky was black, I could see the sun. It was bright as hell, even through my shades. So I flapped my wings, flew up to it like a fucking piece of garbage, and that's it. This doesn't strike you as an impulse of self-destruction? No. Not in the sense that it was dark, sacrificial zoology mission. It was more like somewhere to go, besides watching myself die a lot from the vantage of a feathery murder of dumb shitty birds. So, if, hypothetically, you were to accept such a mission, or even insist upon one, it wouldn't be in the spirit of genuine sacrifice, but of escape. The fuck are you talking about? Okay, something's wrong. This whole conversation's falling apart. This isn't how it originally went at all. We were making good progress, too. Why'd you have to go and remember? This happened months ago. Does this mean I'm dead? What do you think? Stop it. This is so sick, you using the dream bubble bullshit to pick apart my psyche. Am I dead or asleep? If you're starting to remember, you should be able to tell me. God damn it. Maybe I'm just as confused as you about it. Yeah, right. Am I dead or asleep, Dave? I don't know. Try to remember. Feel free to examine the clippings while I tidy. So this is where we are, by the way. And the scrapbook just scattered panels across the floor. So we're just picking up the panels and looking through them, trying to figure out what's going on, basically. Hi, John Human. Excuse me.
Oh, excuse me, alien time troll, but I'm trying to wrap a present. Really, you all have the worst timing.
Yeah, I can see that. 2 ugly garments and seeds for some kind of strange earth vegetable. Pretty lame present, John.
Nope, not gonna ask how you know my name or what I'm sending. I don't care. And one of these ugly garments is for me. Also, it's not ugly, it's awesome.
Not as awesome as something you'll be wearing later, thanks to me.
Uh-oh, my mouse is hovering dangerously close to the block button. It always does that when I talk to trolls. It's the dangest thing.
Calm down. I just thought I would foreshadow my existence to you at this quaint moment on your timeline. It's way too tempting not to let you know I've taken great care to become a very important feature of your life. Or for that matter, to let you know that I'll be giving you a present so much better than the useless crap you're shoving in that box. I'll be giving you the gift of immortality.
Oh, sweet. That has been on my wish list, ranking just below a mint condition Little Monsters poster starring Hollywood superstar Howie Mandel. Can I expect it to arrive on my next birthday?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, nice guess. It will come at a cost, though.
The Mandel poster or immortality?
The latter, jackass. In order for you to claim it, you will have to be quite gullible and allow me to arrange your murder.
I see. Here's where all the sick trolling begins. You can keep your present. I'm not interested.
Oh, but you will be. You'll happily go along with everything I tell you to do. And then, once I've completely earned your trust, I will kill you, John.
Sigh. The other troll I just talked to was way better. If a tad grumpy, at least. She was down with talking about cool movies, sort of.
But this is all true. I've seen it already. You have no idea how delicious the dramatic irony is now. You'll die. You'll lead into a trap. I'll lead you into a trap and watch you bleed to death on a big stone slab with a sword stuck in your chest. There's nothing you can do about it. In fact, it's already happened.
That's nice. Now scram, troll.
I'll leave you alone soon enough. I was just feeling pretty pleased with myself about the brilliant plans I made for you and your friends. Stopping by in your paths to mess with your head is really just a courtesy, because I like to think we're pretty good friends by the time I get around to killing you.
Oh, okay, you got me. My feathers are all ruffled, and I can no longer tell my ass apart from a big orange earth vegetable. Now you can leave me alone.
I guess so.
But my inevitable grisly murder of you notwithstanding, you're a pretty fun guy to hassle. It'll be difficult, sparing you from the privilege of my company until the game begins. That's basically the worst pickup line I've ever heard. Please, John. As if there is any conceivable sequence of events which would lead me to consider you as a viable romantic partner in any quadrant, even the pale ones. Blurp, derp, blur. More plausible alien-sounding things. Weren't you leaving? Yes. Okay, then. I mean, I was going to, but now I guess I'm not. Oh, why? Because this isn't really happening. It isn't? It did once. But now it's just a memory. I guess I must be dead. Okay. Is this conversation over now? Can I keep packing my present? The conversation as it went before is already over. I said goodbye and you blocked me. Don't you remember? Well, I was gonna block you, but then I didn't for some reason. Exactly. Because we've already been through this.
Oh, fuck. Ugh. Oh my god.
We've already been through this. You're either asleep or dead like me. Man, can't believe I let her trick me like that. Such an amateur mistake.
I guess I'm feeling something like deja vu, maybe. I still don't think I believe you, though.
Hey, do you have any recollection at all of the last message I sent you before I died?
I don't even know who you are.
Yeah, I figured. Just as well. I made some pretty embarrassing confessions to you. I guess I'm getting what I asked for in a way, even though it's not what I pictured.
What'd you ask for?
Fuck. I asked you if you wanted to, hang out.
Was this after you killed me and gave me immortality?
Yes. So what do you say? Or what do you think you might have said?
About what? You mean hanging out?
Yeah.
Oh god, this is so ridiculous. You're just a crazy troll on the internet. I need to get back to packing up this present for my friend. We're not gonna hang out. I'm so sorry.
John, there is no present. You're not in your hive. And you don't have anything to send. She received it a long time ago. None of this matters anymore. And if you don't believe me, you're free to look out your window.
What will that accomplish?
It might help you remember. And you'll be able to see me if you want.
She's definitely dead. She's got no pupils. Alright, last one is this one. Let's get to it. Oh boy, it's on its way. Alright, the tomb is on its way. Let's go. Oh god, we got more. Okay, so let's click on this one. Hi, Ghost Vriska, the best canon Vriska. Actually, yeah, Ghost Vriska is the best canon Vriska, you're right. Not that any Vriska is good, but like the lesser of two evils, definitely. Alright. Ooh, let's catch up on these two.
Are you okay?
Been better.
What happened to you?
What happened to you?
I died in my dream and came back as a dog.
Oh, I turned into a bird and got in a fight.
Oh. What is that?
What is this thing?
Yeah.
Legendary sword.
How'd you get it?
Long story. Shenanigans mostly.
Yeah, I figured shenanigans are probably involved. Can you be more specific?
Well, basically, I'm from another timeline. Couldn't win the game there, so I came back to help Dave.
Dave?
Dave from this timeline. As a sprite, I'm supposed to help him with his quest.
Oh, yeah. I'm supposed to help Jade too, but... Oh.
She's doing alright. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I'll try. You were saying?
So, things kind of became even more crazy in this timeline than the one I was from. As it's clear Dave was never going to do the quest, I didn't get the chance to finish. Not even after you brought the forge.
The forge?
Your volcano.
Oh.
So, after laying low for a while, just went and did whatever I could myself. Got Califoch, the fucking Welsh sword Dave broke. Went to look for Hephaestus again, figuring there wasn't much hope in beating him this time. I especially being injured and all, but what the hell, right? But then, that's when you lit the force somehow.
I did?
Well, no, not you. The other Dave. The other Jade.
Yeah, she's a lot more brave than me, I think. She brought me back thinking I could help her, and all I did was disappoint her and everyone else. You came back as a sprite and you're managing to do important things. But I just feel so scared and helpless.
Sounds like you came back because Jade made the decision for you. I made the decision to come back myself. Maybe it'd be different if you had the same chance.
I don't know if I would if I had the chance. But I would like to not feel so useless to everybody.
I think everyone's on top of this. There's not much for us to do anymore.
What about your sword? Isn't that important?
Guess not. But not really for me, since I'm not the real Dave anymore.
Still not sure how you got it. What does it have to do with my volcano?
That's a bit complicated. See, it turns out I had no idea how the denizens worked at all. Alright, let's go visit these two.
So, it seems that you are, in fact, an alien with horns and everything. Huh. Yes, John, horns and all. That totally proves I'm an alien beyond a shadow of a doubt. Now, what do you make of these blank white eyes of mine? What do you think that could mean,
I don't know. Aliens usually have big spooky eyes, don't they?
Humans have literally the dumbest extraterrestrial lore. Weren't those supposed to be aliens on one of your posters?
You mean Mac and Me? Yeah. Even I can admit that movie was indefensible.
Well, if you want to know, normally we have bright orange eyes with gray irises. They fill in with our blood pigment as we get older. Also, normally, I have this one goofy eye with 7 pupils because I'm kind of a weirdo. But I guess that's gone now that I'm dead. Not that you believe me, because you just refuse to remember anything.
I can accept that you're an alien, but come on, meeting an alien who's also a ghost in my front yard is a bit much to believe. It's almost too awesome.
So you don't remember anything about the game at all, then? The destruction of your planet, bringing your ancestor back to life as a clown woman, putting a huge flaming ocean out with your magical wind, Jack Noir, dying, resurrecting, and possibly dying again? Is any of this tickling your sponge?
No. Sounds cool, though.
Fuck, I cannot believe how cold it is on this planet. How can any species possibly be able to survive anywhere like this?
Yeah, I thought you looked pretty cold out here, so I brought you this jacket.
Oh. Okay.
Hey, your clothes switched suddenly. Was that some kind of alien wardrobe warpifying technology? Such as a warp drobe, if you will.
Sure, John, let's just say that's what it was.
You look pretty cool in more normal clothes. Not that your space boots and pixie outfit weren't neat.
Thanks. So, is this how humans begin an Earth date? With simple acts of flattery and kindness?
I don't know about that, really. It just seemed like the nice thing to do. Is this a date?
No, I've decided this definitely will not be a date. Not until you remember something, at least. Okay, that's probably for the best. I would probably be pretty nervous on a date with a normal girl, let alone a date with an alien space ghost.
Now that you mention it, me too, probably. Your goofy awkwardness is a bit contagious, frankly. So now what do we do?
Well, since I'm presuming you're new to the planet, I could show you around the place. This is my green slime ghost pogo ride in all its glory. In my childhood, it was hours of fun and hundreds of painful injuries.
Hey, this thing isn't slimy at all. What the hell?
No.
I've noticed humans don't seem to keep any slime around the hive, and yet you're strangely cavalier about your open display of certain receptacles. What's the deal with that? Is it that you're just that ashamed of your secretions as a species?
Not really. Humans just don't really have much use for slime, I guess. Honestly, I can't think of a single practical use for slime, other than to be gross.
So bizarre.
Anyway, this thing is kind of a death trap, and I haven't ridden it for years. I think my dad had it installed as one of his ridiculous ways of making a man out of me.
Sure, my custodian had her ways of making me tougher too.
Yeah, parents, right? Anyway, that's my backyard. Pretty damn boring. Sorry. I would show you inside, but I don't think my dad would take too kindly to bringing an alien inside. Or just yet. I would need to brace him for that.
That's fine. What else can you show me?
I can show you around my neighborhood if you want.
Sounds great.
These are my neighbors who live in a lot of the same looking houses as mine. I never see them. I think they're all really busy people with a lot of serious business to attend to. Hey, look, the snow has melted over there. It's really warm suddenly. Weird.
Does your planet usually have these kind of temperature swings?
No, this is pretty unusual December weather. I guess I'll take my coat off. I can take yours back if you want.
No, thanks. I think I'll keep it on.
There's not really much to see in this town, but these are the lakes. This lake here did not used to be a lake. A long time ago, before I was born, there was a factory here. My dad said there was a huge explosion. He was walking by with my Nana when he saw it. And then a little later, my Nana died. My dad never told me how, except that it involved a big joke book. I never knew her, which is too bad. She sounded nice.
I know what happened. I saw it.
You did.
Yeah. Do you want to know? It might jostle your memory.
Okay.
I believe this lake is where Jade landed. You landed a little ways over there, about where your hive is now. You clobbered your Nana to death with the aforementioned joke book. But it wasn't your fault. You were both just little wigglers, riding meteors from the future. You created yourself, your Nana, Jade, her grandpa, not to mention Dave and Rose and their guardians, all in a lab using paradox slime, and send them back in time as a silly grubs with arms and legs you call babies. And here you were, doubting the usefulness of slime.
Wow, really?
Yes, absolutely. I paid close attention to all this because I thought it might give me some clues about us and our ancestors, who were made the same way. Any of this familiar?
That all sounds incredible if true, but I don't even have the foggiest memory of that happening.
Yeah, I figured as much. Since you seem bent on staying in your dream bubble coma, why don't I continue on the tour?
The tour of Earth?
Sort of.
What's happening?
We're going on an adventure.
Where?
Through your memories. Through mine, too. This would be a really fun thing to do on a date, I think. If we were actually on a date, which we're not.
How is this happening? Is this through the advanced alien technologies? Like holograms or teleportations?
If that's what you want to think to keep you comfy in your stupor, sure.
Where are we?
This is my home planet before it was destroyed. It's called Alternia.
Oh, Cool. And what's that over there?
That's my hive, which is a thing that you refer to as a house. It's where I grew up.
It's a castle.
No shit, it's as big and foreboding and ostentatious, just the way I wanted it. As a blue blood, I was entitled to build such a home, something to set me far apart from the commoners.
You built it?
Of course not. Robots built it for me when I was very young, but I was allowed to dictate instructions, expected to, in fact.
Oh gosh, so rad.
Really?
I still find it interesting what sort of mundane facts humans tend to be impressed by. Blah, blah, blah.
I still find it interesting. What sort of mundane facts humans tend to be impressed by? Whose deaths have I missed? Vriska's dead. Vriska's dead. Just to let you know. Yeah, she's gone. We're talking to her now and she's dead. She's a ghost. She's in the dream bubbles. Let's go! Yeah, she, as a god tier, she had a just death. Because Terezi stabbing her in the back would have prevented Jack Noir from tracing the troll's hideout in the Vale. So it's a just death, because it prevents the deaths of other people. Damn it, she's still around. Well, it's her ghost self, so it's nowhere near as bad. Like, she's not trying to be a bitch anymore, and she's not trying to prove herself. She's just, like, having a chill time with John in Dream Bubbles, showing him around. He can't remember anything, so she's just, like, she's vibing, you know? She's not being a bitch anymore. It's quite refreshing, actually. I love my reactions the same as Coco's. It really was. It really was. Yeah. Also, John died briefly. He's god tier, so his death was not permanent. Because it wasn't a just death and it wasn't a heroic death. Rose died. She was killed by Jack Noir. Dave also died. He was killed by Jack Noir. John then had to kiss Rose's corpse in order to activate her second life, which would awaken her as her Durst dreamer self on Durst. And the same for Jade and Dave. So he was kissed by Jade, his corpse was, which awakened him on Durst. So yeah. Now, Rose and Dave cannot god tier under any circumstances, because you need your dream self to act as the conduit for your god tier, and obviously they're piloting their dream selves all the time now. So yeah, they can't god tier, and Jade can't god tier because her dream self is has been thrown into a sprite. So yeah, they've kind of fucked their own session, but it is what it is. Got it, I think. Yeah, it's a little tricky. Also, Doc Scratch has ordered Jack to Jack Noir, the one with the robot limbs and stuff, has ordered Jack to kill Snowman. But Snowman and Jack ended up kissing instead. I worked some more on the doc. Oh, nice. I'm definitely going to be working on the doc with you and like padding out some info that I think you guys might need. Just to make it easier. The sooner I can get my grubby bits on it, the better. I think what we'll do I think what we'll do is after Act 5 has ended, which Act 5 is going to end in about 150 pages, we will go through the doc, and I'll amend anything that you need that's important information, anything you may have missed, that kind of thing. So yeah, Act 5 is going to end soon, so stay tuned. Anyway, my design kind of got boring as I got older. A huge castle hive sounds great, but it starts feeling pretty cavernous and lonely after a while. There were so many blocks I never even used. Your tastes change, but you get stuck with growing up in a place suited to your earliest, most juvenile inclinations. Nobody tells you that when you're a kid, though. Have you cited as source under the added notes? And I have you cited as a source under the added notes in the reproduction session. I can assist you with that. I hate being a source for that thing in particular, but okay.
I think I know what you mean. I feel like a long time ago I might have given my dad the impression I really like clowns. And now there's clowns everywhere. His stupid collection just keeps growing and growing, and it drives me crazy.
John, that barely comparable example is so cute, I don't even know what to say. This was my custodian. She was hurt in an accident. I killed her myself to put her out her misery.
Holy shit, look at these glittering space riches.
Yeah, I was really into treasure hunting for a while.
What's with the broken 8 balls?
Never mind those. It was about the implications around sex and gender, if that makes you feel better. Oh, right, like how they technically are all the same sex, and sexual dimorphism is more just an expression of gender by choice, rather than, the implications of a heteronormal like society, which wouldn't exist for them because it's not necessary in their means of production. Yeah, I know what you mean. You know what's really funny, actually? I've run into, over the years, some really toxic Homestucks that like Homestuck, but don't like sci-fi that much, right? Now, you have to understand. You can tell by the accent, I grew up on Doctor Who. I love sci-fi. I love alien species. I love anything out of this world, right? I always have. It's one of the reasons why I was so... I definitely had a predisposition for Homestuck because it was a sci-fi, right? So when the trolls were introduced, my neurons activated because I was like, oh yay, it's Doctor Who time, right? I felt for a while like I was the only one who could understand that if all trolls contributed their genetic material to the Queen, that means all trolls are the same sex. And the amount of Homestucks that would argue with me and go, oh, but Vriska has boobs! And I'm like, have you considered, just for a second, buddy, that maybe that's a fucking choice? That maybe, just maybe, any form of sexual dimorphism that you can see is merely an expression of gender. Because they don't need a proper sexual dimorphism thing. Like, they don't need it. I'm not super big on sci-fi either, but the world building is activating my bio-major brain. Exactly. There's something for everyone in Homestuck, and I think that's really cool. But there are some people who... they don't like the idea of like sex and gender being fluid, and they certainly don't like it when it's not as rigid as it is in our world. But like, it kind of goes to show when, like, in earlier conversations, like, one of them didn't even know that Dave was a guy. Like, they can't tell straight away who's who, purely because their sexual dimorphism just works differently. in that there isn't sexual dimorphism. Anything you see that would make, for example, Vriska look like more of a girl is purely a choice on her part. Now, of course, this is not confirmed. However, I see no way to debunk it. You know what I mean? Because, like, they're carapacian. Well, not carapacian, but they are chitinous, which means they're bugs, right? They are fucking bugs. First and foremost, they would have a sort of leathery skin, which is backed up by the fact that they have very strong skin. That's backed up by a video game called Pest Quest. In, I believe, Eridan's route, it confirms that they have very, very tough skin, right? In Marquise's journal, it is confirmed, and we've seen this, that they have... We're cool with dream cells and incest, but sexual and gender fluidity is where we draw the line. You should have seen how everyone lost their mind when it was confirmed that Dave was Caucasian. The outbursts were insane. People were furious. People were fighting. There were people who had headcanoned him as being black because he was obviously obsessed with, like, Barack Obama being a black president. They thought he was black because of that, and he was doing this ironic fucking thing. Right? They thought he was just being ironic, right? They thought he was a black dude being ironic. The amount of outbursts on Tumblr when it was confirmed he was Caucasian was insane. There were both, like... There was a bunch of, like, white fans being like, haha, told you so. And also, like, a bunch of black fans being like, fuck this shit, we can't have anything. We can't have fucking anything. And then, obviously, it was, like, this mini race war inside the fandom. It was just the most dumb thing I've ever witnessed, because at the end of the day, who gives a shit? Like, yes, of course, it sucks that there isn't any black representation, but at the same time, there isn't any representation for most minorities in this fucking comic. So, like, yeah. But also, of all the people to want to be black, you chose the racist guy from Texas? Okay. Just saying, like, of all the choices... The fandom does not know how to fucking, like, be chill for 5 minutes, I swear. Also, the fandom's not okay with the incest stuff. I know that firsthand. I've experienced firsthand how toxic they get. I'm very much under the policy of, if it's a fictional character, it doesn't fucking matter, because they're not real. It doesn't affect you. Right? But obviously there are people in the fandom that are like, this ship infringes on my rights somehow, and it bothers me, and therefore no one is allowed to ship it. I've seen human Fefri fan art where she's interpreted as black, and that works for me. Yeah. You know what? Actually, like, Fefri, her ancestor, the Condis, also we've looked into the ancestors a little bit more. Sorry, I need a drink. Fuck me. So, Feferi, her Imperious Condescension, and the teenage version of her Imperious Condescension, they are often drawn as being black in their human versions, and Jade is sometimes drawn as being black or just tanned, like ambiguous, like racially ambiguous, and I believe so is her grandson, who we have not met yet, but we have seen letters from him. But yeah, we did dive a little into the Marquis' journal a little bit more. We did touch on how the Marquis killed Neophyte Red Glare, which is Terezi's ancestor. And we also did touch on Dark Glare, which is Equius's ancestor. And we also got to see a little bit of Tavros' ancestor, the Summoner, who Marquis stated in her journal would be her mate spirit and also the man who would kill her. And they briefly mentioned the Sufferer, which is Karkat's ancestor. And any mention of the Sufferer is immediate execution. You're not allowed to mention him ever. This was my respite block from kind of an embarrassing memory, actually.
More 8-balls. You sure do like to smash them.
John, addiction is a powerful thing. You probably wouldn't understand.
What are you wearing?
Just a fairy dress. I wore it for this stupid thing I did once.
Is that a rocket car stuck in a web over there? What's that about?
Don't worry about it. Man, this would be such an awkward moment on a date again, if this was one.
There's something really familiar about that rocket.
Let's keep going.
What's happening? Are we back on Earth?
You tell me.
It's my house again. Why are we here? I was having fun seeing your planet.
I know, John. They're your memories. I'm gonna be catching up on these streams for a while, aren't I? Probably, but at the very least, they are gonna be labeled. And, oh, yeah, I had to do a full system recovery on my PC. And I just, annoyingly, yesterday, I edited, Act 4. All of Act 4, and of course because it's a full system recovery, it's no longer edited, so I have to do that again after stream. As I was gonna upload it tonight after stream, but I just can't because I need to edit it again. Typical, innit? So yeah, I had a lot of PC issues earlier. A lot. But yeah, Act 4 is gonna go up probably tomorrow. Yikes, so many issues, you have no idea. Not everything is working as it should be. It's worth mentioning. I'm getting my friend who built my PC, he's gonna be coming out and he's gonna be taking a look at my PC to make sure that everything is in order. I also I'm going to be running into a storage issue soon, so I need to upgrade my storage. And guess which game is to blame for that? Waffle knows exactly which game I have to blame for my storage issues. Homestuck strikes once again. It's not even Homestuck that's the problem, it's just my PC. And also Ark. Yeah, Ark is taking up literally half of all of the fucking, like, all of the storage in my PC. I think it's like, yeah, I think my PC is currently almost at a full terabyte, on storage, and over half of that is Ark, which is insane. Like, Ark is over half a terabyte. Damn. Yeah. Which is why I said to Liv, don't get Ark, because your PC won't be able to handle it. It's literally, like, you could have every single Kingdom Hearts game, and it would be less space than Ark. Looks at Ark that's taking up 328 gigabytes of storage on my PC. Mine's taking up more because I have more mods than you. Mine's over half a terabyte. I need to do something the fuck about that, because it's a problem. I need to upgrade my storage big time. I'm not getting rid of the game because it's like my favorite fucking game, but, you know, it's definitely an issue. Porp needs a dedicated drive just for Ark. I do have a hard drive, but I don't think it's that big. But I do need to do something about, like, making more space so that I can have Ark on my PC. I need to do something about Ark. It's a problem.
This is my dad's room, but I've never been inside of it. So why do I recognize it?
Shrug.
I think there were some birthday presents for me in here, but I can't recall which birthday it was.
It was your 13th.
But I'm 12. Oh, yeah, I remember this. There were imps all over my house, acting all rambunctious. But why? It's also hazy. Where's my dad?
Sounds like some things are coming back to you. Any chance you remember me yet?
No, sorry.
You see the horror terrors?
Hey, look, that's my dad. What's he doing here? I miss the heck out of him. Though, I'm not sure why he should be safe at home right now. I guess I must have lost track of him, but I don't remember how. All I know is I have this feeling like I should run over and give him a hug.
Well, just so you know, he's probably not actually there. Kind of like how my Lucis was just a memory.
Are you a psychic alien, like the one who Jodie Foster met in Contact and assumed the form of her dead father to talk to her?
As a matter of fact, yes, I am a psychic alien, but that has nothing to do with this. These are memories, and we are in the afterlife. I keep trying to tell you, and it's starting to get frustrating.
I see. So it's not me who's Jodie Foster, but it's more like you're Jodie because nobody believed her when she came home and had amazing tales to tell, except Matthew McConaughey.
Ugh.
But it's okay. I'll be your Matt McConaughey.
Does that mean you'll believe me now?
I guess I always did. Sorta. I think I've been in denial about what's happening here.
It's nice that you believe me, but that doesn't mean you remember yet.
So if this isn't my dad, then where is he?
He died too. You saw his body. Don't you at least remember that?
No, not at all. I'm remembering a bunch of things, but not that.
Then what? Do you remember me yet?
No. I only remember when you contacted me and said you'd kill me a little earlier. But that was months ago. I do remember talking to some other trolls like you. I'm playing this game. It was on my 13th birthday. I was really looking forward to playing it, but it was late in the mail. I got some presents for my dad, like this weird clown doll that I didn't like much, and some fruit gushers. Oh yeah, I also realized gushers were made by Betty Crocker. That freaked me the fuck out. Did you realize Betty Crocker makes gushers?
This comes as news to me.
Well, she does. Her villainy knows no bounds. Oh, he also gave me the suit, which I remember wearing for a while. But it didn't look quite like this. Had a black tie and no ghost, so I improved it. Actually, I remember dying in a suit.
You do?
But this was not the suit I was wearing when I died.
Oh. It's this John.
This was...
Do you remember the John that Terezi tricked into dying? The one that created a offshoot timeline, the doomed timeline that Dave came back for and became Dave Sprite to prevent John from dying. This is that John. And his pupils are gone, he remembers he's dead. It's that John. Alright, let's look at this conversation, shall we? Oh, I think we're looking at it the wrong order. Let's look at this. Yeah. Oh shit, yeah. They're both dead. Oh, well done, little bunny. I remember waking up here after getting shot. Yes, what else? Then the cage bunny gave us a bomb. Where'd go anyway? She's around. The bunny's a she. Her name is Liv Tyler. Oh wait, blah blah blah. Bunny's a she. Her name is Liv Tyler. Dumb. Take it up with John. What else? We're talking about who should go.
Do you remember what we decided?
No, wait. Wasn't I gonna go? Is that what happened? Did I go? Now I'm dead.
Not quite.
What's not quite? That I didn't go or that I'm not dead?
Do you remember anything else?
No.
What about why you went to fight Jack?
Sure, I did that because I wanted to, because I was supposed to.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I saw my future self fighting him, so obviously that had to happen or else I'd be dead anyway. Without even getting the satisfaction of standing up to him.
So, was your decision a result of desire or obligation?
Hard to explain. With all the time shit going on. I don't try to understand your light shit, do I?
I don't know how much the light shit. I don't know much about the light shit, to be honest. I may have missed my chance to figure it out.
Haven't we already had this conversation already?
Mostly. I'm doing what I can to jog your memory.
Just jogging, I guess. This man boobs are jiggling a little bit. Yo, I should get jiggle physics. I'm gonna ask my modern mama for jiggle physics. Oh yeah, for those of you who aren't aware, I am gonna be getting my new model. That's coming soon. I don't know how many of you saw it, but look at my beautiful boy. God, can you imagine him with jiggle physics? So powerful. So strong. Pretty soon, I'm going to be able to leave the body of this twink. And I'm going to finally be in my own body. It's going to be great. I'm going to have to spend some time as well working on toggles and setting everything up. It's going to be good though. I'm excited. I'm very excited. Coco, put your eyes back in your tree trunk? Question mark. Just imagine the gold chains dangling about everywhere. I did talk to her about that, and my model mama did say that the chains would have physics, so they will like swish and sway, which is exciting. I don't know how much physics they'll have, but yeah, they're gonna have some physics. I know for sure the hair's gonna have beautiful physics because I've seen how my model mama rigs hair and it's beautiful. So yeah, pretty exciting. I am gonna, now that I've fully paid off this model, by the way, it's completely paid off now. I am now going to start planning out toggles that I want to add to it, and I don't know if she's gonna add it now or if it's something I'm gonna have to add in the future, but I want there to be like glowing parts because obviously I'm very cyberpunk. Like that's my vibe. So I want like glowy parts going up the black lines on the horns. I want them to light up. Some of the detailing on the outfits, I want that to like light up and glow as well. It's going to be a process. Models are fucking expensive, and it's definitely going to be an investment. But we'll get there eventually. Everyone say thank you, Smokey. That's right. Everyone say thank you, Smokey. I'm also going to do a little shout out for my mama. There you go. That's my mama. It's interesting that you say Danke because my model mama's German. So, Smokey's German. So, you know. But yeah. Incredible. I'm so excited about it, guys. It's happening. It's coming. Soon. So yeah.
Nice. So what about Jade?
What?
You didn't tell her your expedition with her would result in your death, let alone one she'd inadvertently cause. Or that she'd be stuck with the job of resurrecting you, did you?
What am I really supposed to say? Hey, we're gonna hunt frogs, so you shoot me through the jack. Then I die, and you gotta make out with me. That kind of changes how the whole thing goes, doesn't it? Not if you're supposed to, right? What does that even mean? I guess you're right. No reason to make an effort to empathize if doing so comes with the price of oblivion. What the fuck? It must be comforting to have your ASPD tactically supported by predestination. ASPD? Antisocial Personality Disorder. Oh no. This conversation just got bum rushed by a mudslide of fucking awful. It wasn't already awful, believing you might be dead. You don't know anything about what I was feeling or what happened on low five. You were all pavement face, babbling your throat, fester speak, flipping off the shit with your own crazy death wish thing. Why do you think you know what was going through my head? You're just assuming and throwing around psych buzzwords like ASPD, complex disorder. It's a disorder, a complex, and then a disorder again for good measure. In your case, probably. Sounds like a positively delirious state of existence. It's some delirious biz nasty, alright? Oh, snap. Yeah, I'm authorized goddamn you. I'm authorized goddamn. You may swipe it at the door and check yourself into the burn ward. Might you loosen the purse strings on an oh no he didn't? Nah, those are kept in emergency, reserved for your mama jokes from the 90s. Anyway, I'm telling you, if I said anything at all, she probably doesn't even fire a gun once, and all I'm doing is dragging her into a doomed timeline with me. I guess I'm learning to be impressed by your sense of obligation to inevitable misfortune. It's a strange case of inspiration through futility. None of this is that big a deal. I just mentioned the basics to her. That I'd stop time traveling soon, break out the loops. Now I have to wonder all the time if I was taking a wrong turn, dooming everybody. I was never that cool with this. With what, exactly? You know, how you turned out to be this incredibly shitty seer lot. And basically failed at that in every way imaginable. Hey, well, maybe I never want to be an out of time. Maybe I'd just rather be like the Dave of Guy. You know, some dude. These really do not sound like the words of someone ready to face his own death. The kind you don't wake up from, I mean. I just not. Guess I failed my quest then. So like, now what, bitches? To nobody in particular, I guess. The unseen bitches callously conspiring to expect greatness from you. Yeah, those is it, bitches. If that's how you feel, then why did you insist on going on the mission to deliver the tumor, black and whitened for a giant yin-yang bomb? Black and whitened for a giant yin-yang bomb. Oh yeah, I remember that now. Then I guess that's what happened. I delivered the bomb, and now I must be dead. Are you sure? Is that wrong? Maybe you should try to answer the question, why did you want to go? Because I made the map, so I know how to get there better. But it seems simple enough. A set of bearings to follow. See, the application pilots the moon. Change course when necessary. Anyone can do it, really. We talked about this, debated, if you recall. Okay, if you remember it also cleared up. Why are you grilling me on this shit? You just tell me what's going on. I'm just seeing if you can remember. And if you're sticking to your story about why you should be the one to go. Because I am, because I should, or should have. Man, what the fuck is going on? Am I dead, or are you dead, or what? You're almost there, really. Just try to remember a little more. What happened after we decided you'd go? Oh yeah. We're trying to figure out a way to detach the moon, so I can pilot out of there, fly it into the sun. But the chain was huge. Couldn't think of how to break it. Then out of nowhere, the sword appears in the thing. So I'm thinking, obviously, I have to break swords somehow, because that's all I fucking do is break swords. But as I'm thinking of how to do it, I put my hand on it. It just snaps off with this comical shattering noise. Like I just fucked up some priceless shit in the Louvre. See, like that again. Like I did again, just there with my hand. Because of dream bubbles. Remember when that happened? Mm-hmm. Then I took it, sliced the chain like this. Damn. Still cuts like a plow through a shaft of boneless zombie meat. Careful. I just managed to quell my appetite after all that burger talk. Whoops. Yeah. So then, the moon started drifting away, and I was going to fly up and take it to the sun. And I said something to you. Or I was going to say. I was going to. Like, say bye or something. But you were just standing there and not saying anything. Holding that ball of yarn. And then, oh god, that's right. Come on, knocking me out so you steal the suicide mission. God damn it, that's so trite. I really am sorry for that. It's like, here's how bad this is. We're basically Bruce Willis and Ben Affleck from John's shitty, crappy movie. You made this even more Armageddon than it already was, sealing me in the airlock so I can go home to Liv Tyler and have the most terrible babies with her. If it's any consolation, Liv Tyler came with me on the suicide mission. The bunny or the actress? Which would make you feel better? You not knock him the fuck out with a ball of fucking yarn is fucking what? If I could have chosen a method sparing your life, you might have found more awesome, I would. Is there an ironic way to do that? This probably comes close, but it doesn't make it not lame as hell. Does it matter that I took some personal satisfaction in seeing you fall unconscious at the gentle glance of a soft cotton globe? It's cool you're so tickled by this. I hope it brought you a lot of rad laughs on your way to go fucking explode. So that's it. I'm actually lying here on dirt asleep. And you went out there and blew up the sun. And now you're dead. And I'm dream chilling with your smug ghost. Yes to the first part. So you're not dead? Not yet. Then you're dreaming. What, you're taking a little nap on the moon in the middle of nowhere? Afraid not. I'm wide awake. Oh, wonderful. Another interruption. Oh god, more of this shit. I have a feeling that this is irrelevant, but let's do it anyway. Eureka. Stand by for clarification. RE enthusiastic outburst. Yes, it is as hoped for beyond hope. Unusual devices may be used to duplicate fresh, perfectly pressed garments, inexhaustibly, if I recall. Wait. Wait. What is this? As far as I know, oh my god. I've always read that as if I recall, and that's so not what that word means. Reconstructing complete professional ensemble now. Hold. Pleased to report restoration of dapper visage. An overwhelming success. Alas, devices appear to hold no such promise for departed family members. Misplaced handheld steam press. Update on device utility combinative apparel. Synthesis presents intriguing possibilities. Now combining expensive leather pipe, tobacco sleeve with handsome grey fedora. To document results shortly. Resulted in hat with outlandish and frivolous appearance. Do not care for, shall discard immediately. Combination of pant, fine cotton shirt, even more disappointing, yielded useless. Excessively tall plant, relieving from wardrobe at once. Made unwelcome. Production. Made unwelcome determination. Production requires expense of glittering abstractions called grist. Such jewels remaining in cash, libation in reserve, at premium. Consumed final swallow of carefully rationed urine, soon to seek water elsewhere in exotic new surroundings. Dad was fighting for his life out here. Dad was Bear Grylls-ing it. Oh my god. More importantly, to seek grist facilitating continued accessorizing. Note to self, use spoils to make more hats. Preparing for expedition to reap gems from mischievous local fauna. Crafted sturdy bludgeoning instrument out of uprooted mailbox. Tall plant, perhaps adaptable as defense garment. Pardon while donning tall pant. Tall pant. I've been reading it as plant. Donned tall pant. Confidence in martial prowess perplexingly swells. Venturing out, powering down, grey, serviceable handheld computing device to preserve battery. Additional updates to be submitted in a frank and forthright manner for judicious appraisal within a reasonable time frame. TIA for patience? Guys, I'm 530 years old. You're gonna have to tell me what TIA means. This is all? No. Do you guys know? God, I feel like a boomer. Anyone? Okay. Alright, well, do not know, sadly. Okay, well, that makes me feel a little bit better about not knowing. Alright, moving on. Turning on handheld device for brief report. Severe injury sustained in skirmish with undersized sportive rascal. Tall pant, unremarkable in protective utility. Damaged, badly bloodied. No indication of laundering facilities throughout enchanted land whatsoever. Losing fluid rapidly. Adequate hydration levels more important than ever. Libations, unfortunately, not forthcoming. Rest needed. Seeking surface suitable for assuming reclined posture. Strength depleting, tie loosened, removed, rolled up neatly, and tucked beneath hat. Minimal stamina left for disrobing sodden tall pant. Leaving on. Encountered rest surface. Horizontal stone slab exhibiting unidentified iconography. A tall post at each corner, mysteriously inviting. Mounting slab, exhaustion taking hold.
Excuse me, sir.
Friend. Sound of voice. Nearly refreshing enough to distract from perpetual taste of warm, poorly filtered urine.
Oh, my. No, I'm not actually your friend, dear. I'm his mother. Hoo-hoo.
Another of Pipe Fan 13's legendary pranks. PL clarify. If yes, prepare to regard as hilarious.
Were that it was, I'm sorry to say there's no chicanery in play at all today. Though, yes, that would be quite the doozy. I believe the late great Colonel would surely say we were cooking with petrol upon hearing such a whopper. No, I'm just an old woman looking for her son.
Understood, madam.
You remind me of him, so would you mind terribly if I talked to you for a little while? I'm fearing the worst for my son. While my grandson's gone off to do great things, I've caught myself feeling a bit lonely.
I can imagine no greater pleasure. Though eyelids heavy, getting dark, feeling in extremities fading.
Oh, but you must be exhausted from your travels, you poor thing. Why don't you just lie there and rest? I'll tell you a story.
Kindly mother, thank you.
It's a fairy tale about a young sister and brother who were raised by a wicked witch. The witch, in truth, was a world-famous baking baroness. Her cruelty made life miserable for the two children who did not have their father any more to protect them. He was the greatest prankster who ever lived, and a true southern gentleman. He was killed by a comet on the day the boy was born, and the wicked baroness raised them alone, with a hand as firm as that which she ran her brutal baking empire. The children pledged to each other that one day they would run away together. They followed in the footsteps of the dear colonel, in defiance of the old batter witch. They studied his every jape, and practiced them in secret. But as they grew older, their interests drifted apart. The boy developed a passion for adventure, put aside his study of practical jokes. He dreamed of wealth and fame and discovery and swore he would wander the world. One day he decided to run away with the loyal dog he inherited from their father. He asked the girl if she would come along, but she was too scared of the retribution that might follow. The boy scoffed at danger and assured his sister there was nothing to worry about, but he had not seen firsthand what the Baroness was capable of. He told his sister that he believed in her and that she could handle whatever the witch would throw at her, and with that he was off. And she would never see him again. The Baroness would raise her very strictly, mentoring her in the art of baking. The girl took to the lessons with fierce determination. Her only act of defiance left was to one day surpass the Baroness in skill and beat her at her own game. It was all she could do. For the Baroness made sure. She knew there could be no escape. The girl surely missed her brother, and soon enough he achieved fame for his exploits. She followed him in the newspapers, the tales of his remarkable discoveries, inventions, and riches. How she wished she could rejoin him and be free from toiling for the pastry hag. One day the girl was able to gather enough bravery to mention her brother to the Baroness, and her desire to see him again. With contempt, she guaranteed this could never happen. When the girl asked why, that is when the Baroness began to reveal to her more than just her baking secrets. She mentioned that, like in many fairy tales, there was more to the children's past than they knew. The Colonel was not their father, nor was the Baroness their mother. They, in fact, had no father or mother at all, nor were they ever actually born. They had both fallen from the sky. They were not actually brother and sister, as they had been told, either. Again, like in many fairy tales, the truth was that they were always destined to become married one day. They would have 2 children, a son and a daughter, and these children were meant to save the world. But the Batter Witch was determined to make sure this destiny would never be realized. In her limitless cruelty, she would do all in her power to keep them apart for the rest of their lives. The girl that day swore she would bring down the Baroness and her evil empire. She would use the many secrets she'd learned over the years against her, and began carefully plotting her downfall. Years went by, the girl was nearly ready to put her plan into action, but then, just like that, the Baroness disappeared. She was never seen or heard from again. The girl was finally free by a strange turn of events, but not without a final jab from the witch. It turned out that in her will, she left the entire company to the boy. The boy, now a grown man, was already very wealthy in his own right. He had no particular need for a baking empire, but assumed control nonetheless, and integrated the company into his extensive collection of enterprises. The girl, instead of seeing this as more misfortune, took the news as a relief. She'd just as soon have nothing to do with the witch's empire, and far preferred to pursue her original passion for practical japery. She considered a reunion with her estranged brother and once destined husband-to-be, but the days of longing for a future with him seemed to be from another lifetime. The chance had come and gone. She was content to let him live his increasingly elaborate life, while she sought a simpler one. Besides, now was not the time to revisit her destiny with an old star-crossed lover. She had recently become betrothed to a fine, upstanding gentleman. Soon she would start a family. No, not one meant for heroism as foretold, but one that would make her happy nonetheless. In following years, she was left to ponder all that might have been. What might have been. If there had been no Baroness to keep the girl and boy apart, what might have been if the Baroness had not disappeared, and she had the opportunity to use her secrets against her? For you see, the girl had uncovered so many dirty secrets about the terrible Battle Witch, including the most troubling one of all. Of course, no one would have believed her, but she knew the Baroness was not human.
So yeah, Betty Crocker's not human. We're gonna add that to a list of crazy things that Homestuck has said about real life people. Oh, you know what's crazy is we're less than 200 pages away from Cascade. I think we might actually do it today. I think we're gonna hit Cascade. That's kind of exciting. That's kind of exciting, guys. Let's see. What are we gonna look at? Poorly aged moments or no? No. Saying that Betty Crocker's not human is not a poorly aged moment. It's that Betty Crocker has a bigger, how do we explain it? She's a witch, right? She's a Bat Witch. And she's not human. Name a species that isn't human. That's, you know what? I'm not gonna speak because I'm afraid I'm gonna let something slip. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I'm piloting the moon through the furthest ring right now. At the moment, it's passing through a dream bubble. I'm visiting your dream in person, or you're the one visiting me as I travel in your sleep. If you'd rather look at it that way. Okay, so all those questions you asked me, gonna remember. You were just stalling me, weren't you? So I wouldn't wake up and try to stop you. Not entirely. This sucks. Could you just please turn the thing around and come back? Why? I'm already out here. Might as well go through with it. We agreed I'd do it, though. Or at least you pretended to agree. Just before going into a major league wind-up your nap yarn. A major league wind-up? Sports. It's always been pretty sad that I seem to know more about sports than you, which really is saying something. Listen. It's because he's gay. All I'm saying is, no one likes a basketball hog. It's probably just a ball hog. I just think you should know that in the athletic arena of competitive achievement, it's a well-known fact that cherry-picking losers don't get showered in nothing but booze. You don't gank the rocks and steal the big man's thunder in his raucous drive to the hole. Oh Lord, is that the sort of ignominy you want? See, you didn't consider sports. You never considered sports. Last thing I want to do is come between the big man's thunder and any particular hole he might prize. And yet, such has been what's happened. It's like the tight end's going long down the yard and a sudden death. And it's me, I'm the tight end. And the quarterback just snapped the field goal just before the NFL buzzer went off. The greedy QB is you. That's not even close to being a thing in football. But instead of winning the gold sports prize, you just fucking die. Nobody cares about it. Didn't mean anything. Which prize is that? The football prize. You mean the most vaunted accolade associated with the gridiron, the gridiron, known as the Stanley's Cup? I don't know what the fuck they're talking about, by the way. Cultural ignorance. That makes me worried. Yeah. Yeah, you should be worried. The Battle Witch is worrying. Don't worry, you'll meet her. Anyway. Stanley Cup is a hockey thing. Oh! Well, that's further proof that that these two gays don't know what they're fucking talking about when it comes to sports. It's sports, just smile and nod your head. I don't think they know what they're talking about though. Like, one's a lesbian and one's a heavily closeted gay. Like, like, they really don't know what the fuck they're talking. They're just rambling. Trying to one-up each other on who knows what about fucking sports. Look at these gays. Look at this dude. Anyway. No, come on. It's called the Bruce Bombardier Trophy or something. For the best power squad. I'll take your word for it. And even though you're dead, all this fat millionaires in helmets just leap on your corpse anyway and pile up, and I mean way up. How high do they even have to be? Sport pile doesn't stop from getting taller. Does the officiator have a means of measurement on hand? Wouldn't want to be crushed by non-regulation sport pile. What do you care? You'll be dead like the mission thieving poser you are. Poser, so not cool. Yes, poser should be my torso getting pulverized by the avalanche of overpaid beefcakes, and you know it. On a list of things that Dave has said that is incredibly straight, this would not be on the list. Yeah. I mean, if he wants to get... Oh, god damn it. Hey, yo. The amount of Freudian slips Dave has about how fucking blatantly homosexual he is, it gets worse and worse and worse. It's gonna happen more often, just letting you know. I forget what we were doing exactly. Were we pursuing the hackneyed debate over who has the best claim to self-sacrifice, or seeing who can out-dumbass the other with obtuse sports lingo? There obviously stopped being a difference between those things. The question is offensive. Almost as offensive as you stalling me while you peel out of here in your dumb moon. I'm the one stalling. The moon is probably just a speck in the sky now due to your strange beefcake harangue. Yeah, but I don't know how to wake back up. Wake back up is the thing. How do I wake back up? I guess I could wake you back up if you really want. The closet is glass. Yeah, the closet is glass. I mean, literally, like, from the beginning, from the very first conversation between him and John, John literally said, I like you. Like, I think he says, like, I'm attracted to you. And he is so unfazed by that. Dave's just like, thank you. Like, from the beginning, Dave has done nothing but talk about dick jokes, being homosexual, having a homosexual hankering for fucking... What does he say in the conversation with Tavros? Like, little boy peckers and shit like that. Like, he is so gay and has been sitting on it this entire time. We have sat through almost 4,000 pages of Dave denying the fact that he is, in fact, gay. It's embarrassing. Oh, man. I guess the only reason why I'm, like, clowning on him is I came out when I was 12, bro. Homosexual hankering. Yeah, something like that. He was like, it's the conversation with Tavros, which I believe is in Act 2 or Act 3. I think it was Act 3. He says something to Tavros where he's like, so when am I gonna have to prepare myself for you getting a hankering for my knob or something like that? And it's just fucking the whole it's my favorite conversation in the entirety of Homestuck. It's the best conversation ever because it's just straight up. It's straight up, pun intended. It's such a kind of obvious setup for one, Tavros being made uncomfortable by romantic advances, and also Dave being so blatantly homosexual that the closet is made of glass. I thought plenty of gay shit before figuring it out. Yeah, 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 me too. I mean, my first crush, like my first ever crush when I was 5 years old, was on Kaniki from Greece. I watched Grease when I was like 5, and I was like, Kaneki, that one, the one with the giant fucking flamethrower lighter combing his hair back, that's my man. I don't care how problematic he is, he's mine. And you're about to see coming up. There is actually a there's a character that kind of there, right there is Dave's theme song at this point. Yeah, yeah, they're right there. Yeah, you're so right. Also, half knows, but there is a character that has not been introduced yet that is loosely based on like Kiniki from Greece. And when he was introduced, I got really, really excited because obviously Kaniki was my first ever fictional crush. And I got really excited because I was like, oh my god, he's so hot. And then he turned out to my favorite little guy, Blank Ampora. Don't say Ampora, they know what Ampora means. Half! You're terrible at this. At this point, you should have the spoilers stapled to your fucking forehead. Come on, they know what Ampora means. We just read through all of Act 5. God damn it. Oh, God. They know what that means. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna meet someone very soon that God, I love him, but I fucking hate him. But I love him. Kind of like how I feel about Eridan, actually. I love him, but I hate him. Anyway. What are you talking about? I don't know a thing. Keep playing dumb. Keep doing that. Yeah. Maintain the illusion. Okay then, do it. But you have to promise to stay put. Don't try to stop me, just let it go. This is my mission. It really makes no sense for you to go. This was never your preoccupation. They selected me a long time ago. That doesn't make sense. Why would they drag me into it just to have me make a map and then let you ditch me? They've obviously been gunning for me too. Yes, but they helped you chart a path through the ring, and they will open that path for a pilot they've marked. I believe I fit the description. I'm not sure about you. Why do you think that? I'm the pilot. That's all there is to say on the matter. I don't want you to die. Help John and Jade. This isn't right. Then I'm not going to help you wake up. I'll stall some more. So, you admitting that you were stalling with all that bullshit? I said not entirely. What do you mean? It's going to be a long ride through all this nothingness. Maybe I just thought some company would be nice before it's all over. So what'll it be? What? I'll wake you, but only if you promise to rejoin the others. Could you give a message to John for me? Sure, but if I'm promising not to chase you down, there's not really any hurry to wake up. Ah, are you sure? I was looking forward to bowling, another wicked googly with a yarn. Sport sways. Now stay asleep a while. Okay. What do you want me to tell John? What was that? What? Did you hear something? No. What? Thought I heard something outside. Who's this douchebag? I mean bag. I'm stuttering. This dude's making me nervous. You don't remember him? Nope. Then I guess this isn't a memory. So he's actually here with us, on the moon. Not with us. So he's actually here with us on the moon? Not with us, just me. You're still in Durst, remember? Well, he's awake now. Oh, wonderful. Another interruption. Alright, who's next? I think probably... We should probably get back to Jade Sprite and Dave Sprite and see how they're doing. Oh boy. I bust in his palace, finished quest. I was expecting him to be asleep, and I was going to figure out some way to wake him up. But like last time I saw him, he was already awake to greet me.
But I thought the denizens were supposed to be asleep. At least until you do the right things on your quest.
They are. The sprites are programmed to know things about like that about the game, but I guess not everything. Seems like if you try to fight them too soon, you find them awake, and they're like, what the fuck are you doing here already? Which is what happened last time I saw him. Before I became a sprite. And I stupidly tried to fight him, which is a bad idea because he's hella strong. And the whole time he was raving about shit. About stolen sword and missing forge. But I wasn't really listening. If I had, I might have understood. He was actually trying to kill me. He was giving me the choice.
What choice?
Wait, I mean the choice. I always forget. I can talk underlined for important shit.
What did you choose?
I guess I made an unwitting choice. By deciding to flee, I figured he was unbeatable, so I decided to get the fuck out of there. So I snapped a quick catcher to get his huge hammer's code and get the fuck out.
What happened when you saw him this time?
Like I said, he was awake again, but this time I wasn't in a condition to fight, so I didn't. And that's what I didn't get, but this terrible, angry, monstrous guy, but there's no need to fight him. So he looked me up and down all hard, saw the broken sword, and like, before he gave me the choice.
You mean the choice? Oops.
Yeah.
So it was the same choice?
No. It was different. I think it must always be different, depending on the circumstances. I don't know what the choice is when you're... I don't know what the choice is when you face him the way you're supposed to. But I'm showing up as this bleeding bird sprite holding his broken sword, so that's a pretty odd situation.
Then what did he make you decide?
He sees I got the sword and it's busted, and you can tell he's pissed. But like before, it's like restrained anger. Like, he's always about to just fucking flip, but still keeps it together. So he can tell me he can repair it and make the derringer with the forge lit. He says he can repair anything, but only one thing, and I had to choose. So I said, okay, fix the sword.
As opposed to what?
Doesn't matter really. I just thought making the sword felt like the right thing.
Oh.
So I gave him the sword, but it still wasn't all that simple. He needed lava from his forge to make it, which means Echidna had to be awake. Our denizens have to have some kind of truce to make it happen. See, what I mean about that being complicated?
Yeah.
So Jade must have done something right to wake her up and get the forge going. I don't know what she did, though.
Probably something amazing. She's still working so hard to help everyone. I guess I used to be that way, but I've completely forgotten how.
Are you sure?
What's happening?
Reckoning. It's getting close to the end. More meteors are gonna get in by the portals. Battlefield will probably be wiped out soon.
Can we do something to stop it?
Would there be a point?
I don't know. I like it here, though. I felt like I was drawn to come here when I wasn't sure where to go.
Yeah, me too.
The meteors and all the fire, it reminds me of when I died. And I was trying to wake John up. I was scared then too. But I didn't let the fear stop me from trying to save him.
What would you want to do if you weren't scared?
I have no idea. I guess I'll try to help. What is there to do?
Well, I was gonna bring the sword to Dave.
Oh no. Does that mean you're gonna leave?
No, I was gonna say, I'm not in shape for more adventuring. I figured this is probably my last stop. Maybe this is the way you can help.
You mean that I should give him the sword?
If you want.
But I don't want to leave you here either.
Maybe you don't have to actually go anywhere. You ought to have a lot of special powers, remember? Because of ascending to doghood.
Oh yeah.
Try doing your spacey thing. I mean, not to sound condescending or anything, but it's got to be like borderline omnipotence, pretty much. Just put your mind to it.
All right, I'll try.
So the sword has been sent away. Alright, let's catch up with John and Vriska.
I remember now. I was tricked by a troll into flying up to the last gate, using this rocket pack. She said I could take a shortcut and go kill my denizen while he was sleeping. It did not quite work out that way.
This sounds like Terezi's handiwork.
I don't know. She didn't tell me her name. She was a blind troll. She made this incredibly shitty map for me to follow.
Yep, that's her. I guess she got both of us then. Unbelievable.
She tricked you too?
Yeah, well, not tricked. So much as made a pointless coin flip and stabbed me in the back.
Wow, that's pretty cold-blooded.
Oh, sure. She was easily the most underhanded and villainous member of our group. But I did let my guard down, and even when she stabbed me, I sure didn't think I was gonna die.
Why not?
Turns out immortality isn't all it's cracked up to be. Let's leave it at that.
Huh. So I guess you never got around to killing me, giving me immortality, like you said. Or killing me, for that matter. Sounds like the blind troll beat you to it.
No, I did, but ugh. This'll be hard to explain to you.
Explain what?
I guess in her own sick way, she actually did set us up on this date together. Maybe I should thank her whenever she falls asleep or dies, God forbid.
So, now it is a date?
I don't know. I said it wouldn't be unless you remembered. Now you remember. But you still don't remember me, do you?
No.
Yeah, thought so. This version of you died before I started messing with you. Not that I expect you to understand what that means.
No, I get that. If I had decided not to take the shortcut, I would have lived. And then you would have talked to me a lot.
Yes, that's right. I guess I should have learned to give you more credit by now.
Well, I might not have figured that out, if not for some things that just happened.
I still can't believe I'm meeting a version of you that doesn't remember a thing about me. None of my great exploits or any of the ways I helped you, only that one stupid time I taunted you. It's vaguely frustrating feeling.
Sorry, I'm not sure what to tell you.
So you remember literally nothing I told you about myself? Not even the, compromising stuff?
Well, you did just show me around your planet, which is pretty cool. There's compromising stuff?
Your species would think so, but I guess it doesn't matter anymore.
I guess not. But who says we can't get to know each other again?
You wouldn't find that boring?
No way. Not if you wouldn't. You said the name of the blind troll who killed us, but you've not told me yours yet.
I haven't.
No.
It's Vriska.
Nice to meet you, Vriska. I'm John, even though you know that.
Yes.
So, now, what do we do, aside from be dead for probably ever?
Man, I don't know. Maybe you could tell me about how you died. What were the things that just happened you were talking about?
Well, like I said, I flew up to the last gate like this. Oh, nice boots. It brought me inside the palace. It was huge. And it took a long time to explore, and it was eerily empty too. I had that weird feeling of getting to a place in a video game you're not supposed to be yet, because you don't have the right power-ups and such. You know what I mean?
Not really. I'm used to taking shortcuts whenever I play games.
Oh, okay. So I started getting crazy nervous the longer I was down here. And I was starting to wonder if my silly iron pogo hammer would even do any damage against the monster.
Snort.
What?
Against a denizen? Of course that piece of shit isn't gonna do anything. If I were you, I would have chucked it into the forge.
Excuse me, it's called the Wrinkle Fucker, and it's totally amazing.
That's right, you fucking tell her, John. The Wrinkle Fucker's the greatest weapon this side of the fucking Incisor. I won't have any fucker in all of Paradox Space speak badly on the Wrinkle Fucker. It's incredible, it's beautiful, it's magnificent. Oh, it's majestic as fuck. Love the Wrinkle Fucker. God, it's so good. It might be alright if you combined it with something awesome, like some cool dice, for instance.
That's so absurd. Like anything like that would ever even happen.
Oh, we have a flash page. What's this?
I found it very deep in the palace dungeon. I was wandering for hours following a horrible sound through the pipes. I could tell Typheus was really close because it was very loud here, and it could only be the sound of him sleeping. I was so tempted to play it, but I didn't dare risk waking him up. Pretty much by then, I was sweating bullets at the thought of confronting him.
You were right to be nervous. Denizens are incredibly powerful monsters. You had no chance whatsoever at this stage of the game. You might have stood a chance after I started helping you. But Terezi really screwed you over by leading you here so early.
Yeah, I guess if I ever see her, I should thank her too.
Why?
Because this was important.
What was? Getting killed by a monster?
Well, yeah, but not just that. The whole ruse was important. If I didn't make the decision to go back, then Dave would not be able to go back in time and fix things. In fact, if I didn't die here in the palace, we would never have been born in the first place.
How could you know all that?
This way. This denizen does not
look asleep to me.
No, he was wide awake when I found him. I practically crapped my pants.
Well, that explains your quick death. If your denizen was anything like mine, it wouldn't have wasted much time before unleashing a huge shitstorm of devastating monster magic.
What was your denizen like?
Her name was Cetus. She was this awful sea monster. Her lair was deep underground amidst a bunch of shipwrecks. She was quite vicious and territorial. I knew I had to kill her quickly to release the horde, before she had the chance to do anything tricky.
What do you mean tricky? She talked to you?
Of course. She was babbling in riddles. Through most of the fight, I wasn't paying much attention. Though, I mean, what creature doesn't speak in boring riddles in this game?
So, is that what you all did? Kill your denizens as fast as possible without listening to them?
Yeah, pretty much. We were all pretty good players, remember?
Yeah, so I've heard.
Well, okay, I can't exactly speak for everyone. There was a lot going on, and I don't know how some people went about beating their denizens. For example, I'm not sure how our hero of Breath did it. Maybe the monster just released the horde for him out of pity?
Maybe he just talked to his denizen?
If there was a way to avoid a tough battle, I'm sure he'd have found it. It sounds like a good way to cheat yourself out of a lot of sweet XP and loot, though.
I don't know, you might be surprised.
John, are you saying you had a nice friendly chat with this hideous bloodthirsty creature before he killed you?
Yes, Typheus may not be pretty to look at, but he's not a bad guy at all.
Huh. Let's go here then.
What the hell are you doing now?
Password.
Oh, blah, blah, blah.
PW.
PW. Oh my god, I can't do.
Hi, John. There it is. PW.
Seriously, why did you go back in time? Why did you go back to see her? You didn't mention this last time.
Listen, fuck ass. I'm gonna need a password before we continue. Please.
Right, okay, let's see if I can remember. It was pretty elaborate if I recall. Okay, here goes. I am a disgusting, worthless bilge sack on the gargantuan teat of a laboring, leprous muscle beast. My self-esteem is so small, its existence is a matter of conjecture among theoretical physicists. I smell so bad, the stench cannot be expressed with even the most eloquent, florid language. The odor my body makes has made poets cry. I have won special awards for discovering new places to touch myself erotically while farting. I am fairly pulverized the competition in asshole pageants, and I have received a lifetime ban from ugly contestants by President Shitface himself. My blood is not fit to flow through a sewer, and my sign is a pictographic symbol that loosely translates as please hike these pants up to this guy's armpits, chain him to a flogging jut, and make a fucking example out of this sorry sack of shit. When I look in the mirror, my reflection slowly shakes his head while I wet myself in shame. I believe that's the birth of Pants Cat. Pants Cat, by the way, became a thing where people kept drawing Carcat as someone who wore his pants all the way up to his armpits. And it was so funny that later on in the comic, it becomes canon. Never a dull moment when Carcat starts yapping. Honestly, yeah. Yeah. Wait, that was it, wasn't it? How was that not fucking it? Did I forget an apostrophe somewhere?
No, Carcat, that was not quite the password, but you were on the right track.
Can we just talk now?
Do you even remember the right password?
Something along the lines of gratuitous self-deprecation forced into my mouth, involving reference to some kind of weird human copulating ritual.
You're being deliberately dumb. It was, if I hate myself so much, then why don't I hate Mary myself? Remember? I was just using the password system to poke a little fun at you. And you turned it into this whole overdramatic thing. Jeez.
Haha, Can we get down to fucking business again?
I wonder if we'll ever be able to start a conversation without having a ridiculous argument about the password system.
If you would drop the password system and let future me talk to you, he might be able to give you an answer. Spoiler, the answer would be no, because the passwords are stupid.
Why would I want to do that? The only guy who's dumber than past Carcat is future Carcat and vice versa. If I had this on good authority from both sources.
I still think your use of the terms is kind of asinine. There really is no past or future Carcat from your view. There's Carcat who knows less stuff and Carcat who knows more stuff. Why not just gather the facts from one who's got the lowdown already? I mean, I'd do it myself, but I can't stand the guy.
You see, that's your problem, okay? One of your many, many problems. You have no patience to do things the right way. You're always just looking for the shortcut.
Oh, really?
Even if doing so has brought you nothing but trouble 100 times before. It's sort of funny that the only thing standing in your way is one of your other problems, your preposterous self-loathing. You can't even trust your future self to help you cheat. It's like you have so many problems, they cancel each other out.
That's not the only thing standing in my way. Your stupid passwords are also standing in my way. If not for that, I could be fast-tracking this to Solution City for us both.
Exactly.
Okay, whatever. Let's just get on with this linear conversation, okay?
Okay.
So, you gave me that silly password. We ended our conversation a few minutes ago from my end. And I scanned ahead looking for a good moment on your timeline to pick it up again. I noticed you went back to see her again for some reason.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering why. What happened to the frog breeding? I thought we were going to roll with that.
Yeah, we still are. This is a little detour related to that task. We should be nearly done.
What was she even saying to you? I can't understand a word of that horrifying gibberish.
I can understand her just fine.
I still don't really get it. Why my denizen was such a nightmare while yours apparently gives you guttural pep talks in some Byzantine monster language.
We already talked about this. Echidna and I have an understanding.
Ooh, vague bullshit. That's the exact fucking thing I can't get enough of.
Well, maybe if you weren't in such a grumpy hurry all the time, you wouldn't have killed your denizen so quickly. You might have actually learned something.
Huge ugly monsters are for killing, period.
Did you ever talk to Kanaya about it?
I don't remember. Maybe. I'm a busy guy, Jade. I talk to a lot of people about a lot of stuff, including myself.
Her situation's very similar to mine. I
thought she killed her denizen to light the forge or something.
Doesn't sound like you got the whole story. Or maybe you just weren't listening to her.
Well, I sure don't think I was. It was whatever you did. And in any case, I thought all that was over with. Why are you back? What does this have to do with frog breeding?
This was Kanaya's suggestion.
Kanaya still helping you?
Yeah, I'm talking to her right now, actually.
Oh, I see her across the room. She's not talking to anyone on a computer right now.
Durr. Of course not. She's from a different time than you, genius.
Which time?
Few hours in your future.
Ah, I see how it is. You won't talk to future Carcat until I jump through your fucking password hoops and become him. Eventually. But you'll talk to future Kanaya, just like that. Double standard. Anybody Jade says, yes please.
You're so ridiculous. I have Kanaya using the same password system as you. She's just a little further ahead of my timeline is all. It'd be pretty hard to keep you both synced up.
I thought you didn't want shit spoiled from the future, though.
Yeah, from my future. I don't want you guys telling me the things I do before I do them because you talk to future me. But knowing a few things about your future doesn't really matter. Not that I'm going to tell you any of it, so don't ask.
I think I'm on the verge of becoming a religious person. I just don't know where else to turn to remove the awesome suffering that the Trollian's temporal chat bullshit miraculously continues to inflict on me. Maybe the mirthful messiahs will come and take my pain away. Oh yeah, that sounds heavenly. Jade, please excuse me while I go paint my face to outwardly reflect the beauty of my inner awakening, and drug my think pan mercilessly to reduce my intelligence to the level necessary to sustain these beliefs.
Sign. What are you even talking about?
Are we almost done crafting this master plan? I have stuff to attend to here. My team is falling apart, and I can't find Gamzee anywhere, and I'm worried he might have wandered off somewhere and gotten hurt.
Oh, well, you'll find him.
I thought you weren't telling me about my future.
I know. I made an exception, but it's only one.
Let's move this along. Just update me on the frogs and give me a new password, okay?
Kanaya thinks we should all talk about this. She says you're important to consult on the matter, but the youth from her time is too busy.
Busy with what?
She's opening a memo.
Oh boy, here we go. We got through all this. Let's go. God, more of this shit? Really? Oh, fuck. Okay. If motherfucking magic's all we've ever known it, then it's easy to be missing what be motherfucking the haps. But I'm all scoping at miracles that are up in the air. Got my see on of the miracles. They're here and they're there. I be checking the miracles while falling downstairs. Seeing the shit out of miracles that are all being up that basically pretty much everywhere. Fuck. Oceans of Fago fucking glitter like space. A fistful of stardust what poofing in my face. A million horns honking records in piles. One wheel device that can wreck it in style. It's shit, that's what I wish for. Because motherfucking chorus, bro. I'm all a firm believer in the miracles. Do you have time for my miracles, brother? Do you get your notice on of the miracles? So many fucking miracles, the magic motherfucking miracles, honk. Oh, oh yeah, that was so strict. Balls question mark. Yeah, bro. Most definitely, your rhymes, they are ruthlessly disciplinary, and my hair ducts a bit naughty. I think they're naughty for more. Motherfuck, dude, you best understand they got my slams in me. They be as forever as my limitless faith in all my believings and shit. But what I motherfucking need, my brother, aside from plowing nose fucking first into a bitchin' pan of tenacious mucilage, is to check out what slams you can stick in my ducts. Yeah. Oh, yeah. These most entirely can be provided. They can be dropped straight into the orifices you mentioned. Haha. Fucking drop it, bro. Drop it like you spaced out, forgot you were holding it in the first motherfucking place. You brought up a pan, huh? In that last stand, saw? But the one I'm a fan of is the pan-handled pube. Shit. Yeah, shit is a legit thing about it. Say about it, about the pan with the man grit, on whom I now slam it. Slam it like motherfucking door by accident or something that hurts. Honk, 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 honk.
You can't handle my slams. Well, unless when you can. In which case, that's cool. I just serve up the hoopla to goat noises that are hoopless about the pan who's called pupa. In the case you were clueless about the pan who can man up and is able to stand up on legs unlike mine, which are functionally useless. God damn, you're dealing with hard reproach tonight. Flying fucking high, man. Higher than the last assassin up on the motherfucking grief trapeze. Higher than a subjugulator getting his whip on for the vast honk I believe it to come. I wish. No, bro, I'm serious. Your rhymes are fly as the most wicked piece of shit a miracle ever took in the sky. Someone clipped that motherfucking wing so I stand a chance. Whoops, I mean sit a chance. Fuck. Peak middle schooler rap battling, yeah. The only thing I'm more fly than the rhymes I'm saying to express all my malices is the ability he had I wish was mine, instead of, I guess, this excessive paralysis. Look out for the hook, bro. Get off of these wheels. Get off of those wheels. If miracles aren't fake, he'll get off of those wheels. But high, in this case, has double the meaning. It means he can fly, plus does high self-esteeming. That's two things he has that I'd rather were mine. His two flappy wings and his big healthy spine. Oops, that's three things. Get off of those wheels, brah. Get off of those wheels. If miracles aren't fake, he'll get off of those wheels. Using my least useless foot to kick it back over to you, friend. Shit. Slam it, like the door in the face of a culling drone. Let's pretend that's a real possibility and not an invitation to an even more painful death. Just for the sake of that expression. Motherfuck it, motherfucker. Pure magic is all when there be hatching of grubs. I seen shit that would shock your look stubs. I peeped on a place of 6 trillion hemos, all up at one rock bleeding as the equals. It's easy to see if you search all your feelings, that peace happens first and murder's the sequel. It's the beauty of the carnival, the magic's intense. Thick fucking darkness outside, but the light makes you wince. Just take my motherfucking hand, bro. Put on your shades. Pull back the flap and get off of those wheels. Okay, I did. Now I'm on the floor, motionless in a terrible way. So I got back on those wheels. It was a nice thought, though. Ha ha, fuck motherfucking yeah. Let's take this ninja titted bitch back to the hive of the chorus. Together, my miracle brother. Yeah, I'm all a firm believer in the miracles. Do you have time for my miracles, religious friend? Do you get your notice on the miracles? So many, gratuitous expletive miracles. The magic mother, also expletive miracles. Fuck yeah, here's where the slam turns to nothing but honks. Honk, 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 honk. Honk. Fuck. It's less appropriate for me to do the honks than you, but that was still great. Yeah, bro. Yeah. The slams were truly prime, and your religious views, though I don't share them, are reasonably inspirational. I think I'm in the process of releasing at least one tear. Me too, bro. You motherfucking know. There be some eyes royal jelly to go with your emotional peanut butter. Whoa. Ha ha. Honk moment. Honk. Ha ha ha. This is beautiful, dude. I feel so at chill with you. Yeah, friendliness with you is pretty much always nice and fun to have. Hey, when we up and start to kick at this red team noise, you should make your way to get your hang on at my hive. Oh yeah, totally. We could split a tin of the pimpest sneeze I got on hand, baked up all special for you, and then maybe make out a little. Ah. Peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time. Ha 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 ha! It's peanut butter jelly time. By the way, that's the ship's name. The ship's name is Peanut Butter Jelly. Let's catch up with Doc Scratch. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, shut up. Let's catch up with the radio, shall we? Hey. I don't know what voice I'm doing. Hey, what are you doing out here? Out where? Out of your bubble. Oh, I don't know. Am I not supposed to leave? I guess I just didn't think you could. Guess I must have a foot on either. Guess you must have a foot on either side. Can't say I'm surprised. Okay. So, what are you doing out here? I'm waiting for friends to arrive. They'll need my help. What friends? More ghosts? No, they're alive. First. There'll be 2 humans. They should be joining us any minute. First. Then what? Then the rest of our party. The survivors. Oh. So then, we made it out here all right? Yeah. Well, they made it. Your body will arrive with them, along with the others. Hey, maybe we can have a funeral. What's a funeral? Kind of like a big corpse party. The humans could probably explain it better than me. Okay, cool. There it is, the green sun. Shit, it's so bright. How can you stand it here? You can see the sun? Yeah, I can see it, but it looks 2D. Get it? Because his depth perception's fucked. He's half dead. There it is. Alright, let's catch up on Jade. Oh god, he's still following you. That's so messed up.
Yeah, it's okay. As long as he's tailing me like a lost puppy, at least. He's not killing anybody.
Don't trust him, Jade. I'm telling you, he's a stab-happy planet-exploding asshole. I remember what he did to Dave. It was like this whole episode. You had a hysterical moment about it, remember?
I remember the episode, but he's okay now. And I'm kind of starting to think that was just his way of saying hi. My dog used to fetch my bullets, too. I really think he believes he's my dog on some level.
Just don't turn your back on him, Jade. Don't turn your back on the puppy.
Don't worry, I'm keeping my eye on him. No, Jack, bad.
He really seems to hate frogs.
Yeah, the poor froggies.
My Jack had this irrational thing against frogs, too. I mean my normal Jack, not bastard-ass Omnipo Jack. Dust agents are heavily predisposed towards the murder and desecration of amphibious life forms and their iconography respectively. Frequently I had to thwart assassination attempts from their kingdom. Or extermination attempts is probably better to say.
You're probably right. They really seem to drive him crazy. This is not the first time I've had to reprimand him.
Wait, did he follow you into the palace too just now? Is that who you were yelling at?
He was growling at Echidna, and I had to tell him he was being very bad. He destroyed some of her really nice statues, too. Keeping him in line really makes me miss Beck. He was such a good dog. Not to mention a best friend. Jack is just...
bad dog, worst enemy?
Exactly.
I don't like this a fucking bit. It makes me really nervous. You're just chilling here with an unspeakably powerful mass murderer with the brain of a wild animal who's about to hop sessions and try to kill all of us in a few hours. And what were you even doing there again? You still haven't told me.
Huh?
the palace?
I recommended she return to her denizen for advice.
About what?
The location of the final frog, required to complete the gene sequence. One whose song should remove the last traces of dissonance from the waveform. The creature's quite elusive, remember?
Oh yeah. You were searching for weeks.
Yes.
And you never found it.
I had a good idea. I had a good lead. But you decided there was not enough time left to bother with it.
The reckoning had started. We had to kill the king.
Understood, but this was a matter that really did require your attention.
Yeah, I know. But maybe I was sick to fucking death of muddling around with frogs and their cacophonous goddamn ribbits and mixing their slime and shit. I'm not an ecto-scientist, no matter how many grubs who turned out to be us the game made me accidentally make.
But you are a programmer, aren't you?
I'm reading the wrong one.
You are a programmer, aren't you? That at least is kind of like being a scientist, having some technical savvy.
I was a shitty programmer, and anyway, I only programmed viruses. Shitty viruses. I shouldn't have to be a slime technician or a frog farmer or a mystical fucking croak decoder. I'm a warrior, and a leader, and a cold-blooded killer.
We know. You're clearly very good at being all of those things. But now we need your help with frog science. Can you help us?
How long will this take? I don't mind helping, but I have major leadership duties to attend to here.
Yes, I know the team is falling apart and everything, but doing this was your duty too, and after a point of critical complication, there is only so much responsibility you can take for the actions of your team.
Kanaya, what are you saying? What happens in the future? Are you giving me some assurance that things will work out? Because right now, I don't know where the hell anybody is.
The future. Okay, I'm a vampire now, apparently, if that helps.
What the fuck is a vampire?
Shoosh.
No future talk. Let's stay on topic.
Oh my god, why can't I get a straight fucking answer to a thing? It's a simple question.
Kanaya means she's a very pretty girl with pointy fangs, who has bright sunny complexion and wears fancy dresses.
Thanks, that cleared everything just the right the hell up.
And she drinks blood.
Oh, you mean a rainbow drinker? Yeah, I already know that about her. I already know about her trashy novel fantasies. Are we done shitting around?
They aren't trashy.
Hee.
Yes, hilarious. I guess I have no choice but to believe you because skepticism in this situation is for idiots, right? If I said, yeah, right, if there's a drinker in this hive, I'll eat my cocoon. I'll be like the dumb Lucius in the movie who doesn't believe the kid when he tells it there's a rainbow drinker in the closet. So I guess by reverse psychology, I should not be that dumbass. Yeah, I yell, oh fuck, and tell everyone to get in the scuttle buggy before it's too late. Well, fat chance I'm not falling for it.
That sounds like a stupid movie.
How do you know what she looks like anyway? Did you see her in one of your afterlife bubbles?
Yep.
Why? When?
Carcat, that information qualifies as future stuff.
They're so cute. They are very cute. Just, I don't know anymore. Shit is getting away from me. The more time goes by without word from Gimsy, the more I worry. And the more I feel like something terrible has happened or will happen. I should go.
No, wait, just please listen a little longer.
Yes, staying would be better. Trust me that this was and still is a very important thing for you to have done and still do. Maybe even the most important.
Fine, but let's move it along. Did Echidna tell you where to find this frog?
Not exactly. She just helped me remember.
Remember what?
Something from my past. If I accepted her terms.
What were her terms? You never did tell me.
Yeah, because you never told me yours.
Oh, I just thought it wasn't that important or interesting, since Carcat thought the battle was more pressing than to wait for me to locate another frog. Also, what she asked me to do was impossible, so yeah.
Huh. She made me promise to do something that sounds impossible too. Except, I actually agreed. I have no idea how I'm going to keep my side of the bargain now that I think about it.
Excuse me? Remember fucking what?
Oh, right. Where the last frog is. Or was. The thing is, the frog we need is nowhere to be found in the medium. It was on Earth, but only very briefly. It was when I was young, before I woke up on Prospect. I'd begun sleepwalking, both on the island and on the moon, and in my dream, it was very bright. I saw something in the light. I couldn't tell what it was, so I got closer. But before I got there, I woke up and found myself by the lagoon surrounding the ruins. I was about to walk home when I saw something appear in a lily pad. It was a frog, an amazing shiny frog. Not like any other I've seen in the lagoon. It hopped over to me and I picked it up, but then, just like that, it died.
Do you see that?
Later, my grandpa made a robot for me to help with my sleepwalking. It could do all the walking while I stayed safe in bed. It could also record my dreams. I'm sure he always knew my dreams were going to be special. I suspect he knew before I was even born.
I see it now, mate. It's the Batter Witch. Okay, great. So it's there in a monitor. Problem solved. You just apparify its ghost imprint, mix it with your current evolution's paradox slime, smooth out the genetic waveform, tadpolify bilious slick, and you're done.
Hopefully.
So you didn't remember seeing this frog when you were a kid at all?
No, it completely slipped my mind.
How does she get you to remember? I mean, what does she make you agree to?
Well, like it was before, the choices she gives you seem to have to do with facing mortality. And making it clear if you choose one path over another will lead to your death, and that your death may even be necessary to accomplish the goal.
I need drink. Ugh. One sec, I just need drink. A little sippy time. Oh.
Yes, I've inferred that automata are all personalized variations on the presentation of such dilemmas.
Yeah, but that's not really what made this hard. I mean, nobody wants to die, of course, but at least that is a clear thing. You either do or you don't, you know?
You said what she asked was impossible.
It might be.
What were her demands?
She said that if I accepted her help, that I would have to make a promise that whenever we left this place, or wherever we end up going, she had to come.
Huh?
Not just Echidna, but all the denizens. Their palaces, their consorts, their lands, everything. I have to bring them all with us.
And there it is. It's the parcel mistress, or the peregrine mendicant, or the new queen. Oh god, the fucking panels. Wait, I think there's only one panel. Jade, are you still responding to this memo? I guess I don't have much energy left to argue about passwords. I didn't even get a password last time. I had to leave abruptly because Solix and Eridan started dueling again, and then Pfeffery and Kanaya. It all happened so fast, and now Gamzee is hunting us all down in murder mode. He's been taunting me through other people's messaging devices and leaving me disturbing notes. I'm sure others must be dead by now. And now Solix is blind, and I lost track of him somehow.
I heard a stray honk and ran, and we got separated, and I'm starting to think that this must be a Doom timeline. That's why I can't get in touch with anyone. They must be dropping like behemoth-ly things out there. And that must be why future Kanaya was talking in this memo. But now she's dead, which makes that impossible. It wasn't supposed to happen this way. Gamzee isn't supposed to go crazy. I think if he does, it means we fucked something up. It means I fucked something up. He's my responsibility. I have to make sure he's safe. And I didn't do that. One time, one of the Doom Doradias told me she came from a time where he flipped out and killed everybody because of my failure. I didn't take her seriously, but I should have. She was constantly fixing my fuck-ups. Robots from the future always coming back to tell me how some hasty shit I did with frog breeding or whatever would make it impossible for me to win. My own personal mistakes probably accounted for more doomed Aradia bots than anything else. Which was sort of a silver lining, I guess. I don't think we would have beaten the king without her army. Not that it matters anymore. I've obviously become just another guy in a Doom timeline, watching everyone around him die. I was just sitting there wondering what I could have done wrong this time to make the timeline a wrong turn, and pinpointing it seemed overwhelming, since I've made more terrible decisions than I can even count. But I think looking back, I know what it is now. It was before we got trapped on this meteor, before Jack showed up, before we beat the king. And I wanted to let you know, Jade, that no matter what I said, I think the final frog must be important. And Kanaya, if you're reading this somewhere in the past, maybe, I'm sorry, you were right. I was always in such a hurry to win, I didn't take the time to do what was necessary. Bilious Snick needed the genes of that frog, and because I half-assed this so bad, everyone is going to die. See, I was thinking about Jack, and how he can't stand frogs, and I think I finally understand what's going on. I think I know what's about to happen at the end of our timelines. I think I know what the critical moment is, and it's completely my fault. Ectobiology is a touchy thing. Especially when you're building the genetic code for an entire universe. Our Genesis frog needed the genes from that final frog. My heart can't take this speech. I'm also struggling. Got class in a few. See you later. Okay, you take care, Coco. We're about to get real emotional in here. Good luck getting that education. But because I was in too much of a hurry to do the job right, he's missing a critical sequence in his DNA. So when we made him and watched him grow in the middle of Skya, and after all the fireworks and fanfare from the vast croak had subsided, I kind of felt like he didn't look so good. Like he was sick. I think I gave him cancer. I gave your whole universe cancer, Jade. That's the universe. Sorry. There it is. God, who do we fucking talk to? God damn, yeah. Wholly wrong soundtrack for the end. Yeah, kinda. Alright, let's do this. Oh, here we go. It's all your fault. It's all your motherfucking fault, honk. Okay.
Y'all cracked off the top of the bottle who's to those fucking clown imposters that all was spraying out the flagrant motherfucking heresies at me. The flagrant motherfucking heresies, motherfucker, is what came out of their mouths. It made me get my sadness on to see it, and my rage on fucking harder. I'm sorry. All my life I believed in a motherfucking paradise to come what held the most baller, darkest of carnivals to join, and a prophecy to tell all about a band of rowdy and capricious minstrels steeped in the good, harsh whimsy. The mirthful messiahs were foretold to be crashing that fucking pie stand and bring the holy ruckus like a giddy fucking ninja one-wheeling headlong at the hugest fucking horn heap Shangri-La's got to see. I'm talking about the vast honk, you blasphemous motherfucker. What I believed in it to be was so beautiful. Us and them all mellow and intense, bumping sounds, tossing back the fago and soaking the miracles up in our faith sponges, while the special stardust rained down at our elixir sticky faces like a bunch of fucking fairy powder from religion space. It was gonna be us and motherfucking them and motherfucking us. This is like some trolling shtick, right? This ICP shit. But now, because of you, because all you and your fucking outrageousness, you stole up my miracles away by revealing at me how the wicked shit was really kicked. Like some filthy fucking science stiff who at old times would be ruled funny without even getting his fucking trial on. And now I don't know what to think about the spiritual fantasies I had, honk. Haha, best troll ever. I don't even care if you're really into this stuff or not. It's awesome. What stuff? Like horrorcore, lame clown rap and stuff. Dude, are you an actual juggalo or not? Bro, that word you used isn't nothing real I've heard of. Strikes me as another heretical fucking bastardization of some sacred shit I take seriously in my pump biscuit. I mean, I guess, took seriously. You really not know what I'm fucking talking about? I have the idea you put in my pant to sit there, that the paradise planet is a fucking joke, and the miracles are fake, pure fiction, false, fakey, fraudy con jobs from a bunch of unfunny ninja harlequin bullshit artists. I can't even tell if you're trying to troll me with this, or if you actually are having some weird emotional problem. Can't it be motherfucking both things? Okay, I'm telling you, you need to watch this video. The song isn't even supposed to be released for another year or something. But I got it from an inside source. This is hot as it gets. Hang on, let me dig it up. No. Motherfuck no, bro. I'm not looking on any more of your blasphemes. I really just came back on you to motherfucking say that while that sickening noise you did at me is your fault, there's something I did at you what's mine. I did something that's motherfucking atrocious to your posse. Made your whole crew of jokers get to being kinda mentally motherfucking unstable. In fucking fact, that atrocious business I got to doing, I did that shit to your whole universe as a matter of motherfucking fact. You see, you motherfucking see, I finally got all caught up in what's true behind the sweet murder mirth of the bitch and blood circus. I reached deep down and got at where all the real harsh whimsies were hiding inside me. In the angriest ways, I found up my dark ancestral chuckle voodoos within, and then I focused on them through the rage you made me have, and I went and made your universe terminal. Not that really meant anything, but okay. Also, you had me confused for somebody we never talked. Somebody else we never talked. I guarantee I would have remembered you. All that motherfucking matters is I remembered you and what you did. I just remember all letting you in on the ways I set the high justice in motion. Made us motherfucking square, you and me and you. That's cool, Juggalo guy, who I still can't quite tell is ironic about this or not. But like I said, either way, it's all good. You don't motherfucking believe. You need to get more spiritually into your superstition, ghost. Like the motherfucking faith chump that what I was. As if I'd forget to do my chuckle voodoos to you too, to fuck up your dreams. Make your worst fears come alive and get up on their haunts in your nap happy pan. What fears? You motherfucking know, brother. It's the fucking puppet. The one that's all gotta be my best fucking friend I got now. Now that my other buddy managed to be having his head chopped off. Oh god, my bro put you up to this? Should've guessed he might have had a hand in some of these shitty troll escapades. Your bro's dead, bro. Couldn't keep my new friend captive no more. Released your nightmares right into my warm fucking embrace. And now I listen at what they whisper through my ear ducts. Jesus, you're fucking insane. I'm all hearing these amazing motherfucking things. I think he'll help me refigure out what's the real reality about the miracles. He'll help me to motherfucking discover the truth of who the messiahs are. The real messiahs. Not the false mess of lies. Honk. So my bro's idiotic ventriloquist dummy is responsible for all this S9 bullshit. Is that what you're saying? Motherfuck yes, bro. What else he say? He says, all in his funny little voice, that's so very, 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 very quiet, that it's time to go motherfucking kill them all. Well, sounds about right. Better do what he says, dude. Yeah. Here I was to come at you. Here was I to come at you with all these unruly upbraids I got pent up. When you know motherfucking what? I should be getting grateful to you for sharing at me your way. Riddick heresies, brother. The road to the dark carnival has never before been paved with loud honk horns to tread upon and scare the living motherfuck out of the low-blood faithless with each step. You're either literally a soulless murderer or some kind of trolling savant. Time to block you now. Let's do this again, okay? You fucking know it, bro. I like you. Wouldn't mind taking that pale marshmallow you got as a nug bone off your shoulders. For this collection I got started on. Add a little strawberry jam to this peanut butter sandwich I'm making between my motherfucking lips. Holy shit. Hey, before you go, how about we slam a little? They both then proceed to have one of the best rap-offs in the history of Paradox Space.
Its defective genes probably made it impossible for your session to be successful. Sort of like its reproductive system was damaged. What should be fertile ground for your new universe to grow was replaced by a massive bomb, rigged to blow up your whole session. Probably just one of the many symptoms of a sick universe. It's not like you actually did anything wrong. You were fighting against the disease that was always inherent in your reality. The one I gave it. But I don't think it's like a normal disease. Not like a cellular mutation that's out of control. The cancer took a specific form, like a complicated series of terrible events rather than a faulty cell division. It was an eventuality in your universe that was inevitable, that we all unwittingly helped make happen, all concentrated through the actions of one hostile agent in the system, with an instinct to destroy everything it hated, and then given the power to do so. And unlike a normal disease, it wouldn't gradually kill its host from within. The cancer left the body, chased out as if by an immune system. But the problem is, it wasn't any less deadly on the outside, and no less determined to finish the job. So I don't know what else it could be. What's waiting for us at the end of the countdown? Jack was expelled from your session somehow. He then methodically destroyed all our planets, Prospit and Durst, and tried to wipe us all out, so that we couldn't do the same thing to him again. But he was always saving his true target for last, the one he hated most. Jack was a living embodiment of the disease all along. Noir is the cancer. Ooh. It's him. Anyway, that's the end of how everything's my fault completely, and I'm garbage. Hope you enjoyed that, Jade. Hope you enjoyed it, Jade. Not that you seem to recall this memo even exists. If you see Kanaya in Death Bubble Hell, please tell her I'm sorry I let her down. And if you see Solix wandering around too, let him know how ashamed I am. I ditched him like a coward because I heard a horn go honk. And Terezi, if you see her, could you give her a message for me? Tell her that... Actually, never mind. I'll probably be able to tell them all in person soon. Seeing as an idiot in makeup is about to roll over my naked squeal pipette with a one-wheeled device. Solix is okay. He's with me right now. Holy shit, you're alive? Hold on, I really need to change these clothes. What did I say? I forgot Gamzee being on his AM shit. Yeah. It's funny in retrospect trying to figure out what was the thing that really tilted everything over the edge. I think it was Dave. I think Dave was the one that kind of tilted everything. But obviously what started Dave on that journey was Bro, and Bro was obviously influenced by Cal influenced by Gamzee influenced by Dave. It's basically its own time loop. So, yeah. I've repeatedly made it clear that the fifth wall is to remain off. Look who this is. Looks familiar, no? I refuse to acknowledge this foolish man's self-indulgent rubbish. His frivolous charades have no place in this building or anywhere in this reality. Am I making myself understood, young lady? Okay, this is just some bullshit then. Alright, next. Or will I have to suspend your furniture privileges again? I see, it's another one of your moods. We'll have to work on ironing out this behavior before you meet your true master. He is far less gracious host than I. Wait, what are you doing? No, stop that. You render yourself in a more symbolic manner this instant. Thank you. Yeah, we can't strife. Oh, this is what we're doing now. Maybe I've not been strict enough with your breathing privileges either. This vessel will reach your home planet eventually. We can either go home the fast way or the slow way. Your express ticket can only be validated with a display of good manners, miss. And there go the electricity privileges. I think now would be a good time for another round of re-education regarding her purpose, a little refresher on the prestigious employment opportunity from which she is being groomed. And since you're still my guest,
it would please me to tell you this inspiring tale as well. Here it is. Here it is. It is a tale to remind her of the sacrifice she must make, one serving to remind all her people of the sacrifice once made by long-forgotten heroes in a discarded reality. It is of this sacrifice the sufferer died to speak the truth, and it is his tale I will tell you now. Once, in this very universe, you could say, Alternia was home to a peaceful race. Trollkind had never known the corrupting influence in their evolution which led them to perpetual war and violence. That is to say, they had never known me. As was true of the bellicose world we know, there came to be 12 heroes on this peaceful planet. These heroes, too, had 12 ancestors whose fortunes were entwined with theirs. These 24 figures of legend were not of this world, but sent from the sky, delivered from reality not yet conceived. On the eve of their race's extinction, the 12 heroes would begin playing a game. They would make an admirable effort, but they would fail. Their civilization had not prepared them for the rigors of this game, and the ultimate reward would fall shy of their grasp. But their failures was more comprehensive, more systemic than a result of simple inadequacy so common to young players of this game, though they could not recognize it for the bad omen it was. This session was not one in which they had been spawned. Such is the symptom of a subtle glitch affecting certain sessions, an error designed to trigger an unfathomable cascade. Name drop, name drop, name drop, name drop, name drop. Mobius single reach around. Indeed. Yes, Mobius single reach around, yes. Oh, name drop. Of misfortune throughout paradox space. This glitch is the calling card of the one I serve. It is the discreet, gentlemanly manner in which he reserves his place in a universe for later visitation. The heroes, understanding their defeat, was absolute, sought advice from the mother of all monsters. She offered them a choice. The heroes could either accept their defeat along with the extinction of their race and put no others at risk, or she could show them a path to a second chance, to a reality in which the chosen heroes of their race would be strong enough to succeed with ease and claim the reward. This reset would come at the cost of wiping the failed heroes from existence. They would live new lives from the scratch, playing different roles in the reset reality, with no memory of the game they played or the choice they made. The heroes chose to accept this bargain and scratched their session. In doing so, they jump-started the reality in which the 24 figures of legend would together be created, and I as well, and then sent back in time to take our places in history. I need a little sippy. Where was I? Though I was delivered well before history even began, before the dawning of life on their planet, this time around I would oversee its development, and thus fulfill the mother's promise of an aggressive, ruthlessly prepared group of heroes, one that would not rest until victory was secured. The young 24 would again be scattered into two groups, 12 modern contemporaries and 12 ancients, but in addition to losing their memories of everything that had happened before the scratch, there was another catch for the failed heroes. In the new reality, they would not serve as the heroes. They would mature to become the ancestors of the 12 they formerly regarded as theirs, and this 12 would be chosen for glory. These children would be the heroes to achieve victory, and have the reward easily within reach. Of course, this promise was fulfilled to the letter. As you have seen, the entire bargain was executed without a single hitch, as those authorized by my master always are. There was, however, one minor anomaly. One of the failed heroes in his new life as an ancient on this now brutal planet began to remember. This is his story. This is the story of the Signless. Few ever knew the sufferer's given name, presuming quite reasonably he had none, and he came to be called Signless. Unlike his peers distributed elsewhere in history, he was not given a sign at a young age. Alas, there was no signs reserved for one of his mutant blood. His genetic deviation from the social order made him a pariah, forcing him to wander the world alone for many sweeps, concealing the colour of his blood to avoid certain execution. But it may also have been due to his mutation that he began to have the visions, spontaneous, lucid imagery of his world in peace before its fall. He would never see the complete picture, or fully understand his previous incarnation's role in prompting this fall, or know of my hand in it. But the visions showed him all he needed to see. I can explain the vision thing later, by the way. I know why this happened, but you don't. You will find out soon enough. They held the promise of his people's true potential. Beneath the ages of unconditioned cruelty, they held the spark of revolution. In time, the visions gave purpose to his travels. He would preach heretical ideas no one else had dared to entertain, let alone risk discussing. He empowers the virtues of forgiveness, compassion, and equality among all bloodlines. He distributed his message too intelligently, careful to preach only to those receptive, never attracting unwelcome attention. But his growing movement could go unnoticed by the authorities for only so long. The High-Bloods were livid over the unprecedented heresy, and soon a massive sectarian war followed, spreading across the planet and throughout the galaxy. The conflict was lopsided, of course, with the High-Bloods given full support from the Condors and her sea dwellers. Inevitably, the Signless would be captured, and when he was, it was not a matter of whether he would be put to the irons, but how hot they would be if he failed to recant. This is Troll Jesus. This is Troll Jesus. And this is a terrible song to show you Troll Jesus. But, you know, Moonsetter has its moments. This is Gigas. Yes, Troll Gigas. Correct. Troll Gigas. During his penance, it was said the sufferer's compassion for his people underwent a divine transformation into limitless, burning rage. It burned hotter than the irons shackling him to the imperial flogging, Jut, and redder than the blood soaking his righteous leggings. When he was finally killed, his anger rung through the cosmos. With his last breath, this vast expletive was his final sermon, and somewhere encoded in its wavelengths was the truth in his teachings, waiting to reveal itself to any who would inherit his burden. His teachings would also persist through surviving disciples, but in hushed tones. His following would dwindle to an obscure cult facing persecution for centuries. After his execution, the body was burned, leaving only his irons. They cooled in the ash, as if his anger itself was subsiding, and his followers appropriated their shapes in defiance of the High-Bloods. The symbols became a sign of the Signless, always shown as colourless as the cold iron, to conceal the stigma of his hue. This was as much a reminder to his followers to remain hidden as it was of the sufferer's sacrifice, and his rage hidden like heat in the iron, one day to be reignited by another of his bloodline. The sufferer preached that after he passed, another signless would come, heralding the end times for their planet. The second signless would continue his work and lead his people to glory beyond his realm. The followers kept his teachings alive for ages, even as the uproar surrounding the movement subsided. By modern times, the sufferer's scripture was little more than ancient superstition, all but forgotten, hardly the anathema of old. But the followers had already made their preparations in the shadows, and when the second signless finally came, he would have a Lucis to raise him and a sign to his name. It's Mum! Oh my god, everyone! It's Mum! And don't panic or anything, but it's kind of, Mum. Best Mum, Troll Mum. Troll Mum is best Mum. Also, I'm thinking that because I've been streaming for 5 hours and I've not taken a proper break yet, I should take a break because I should eat. I haven't eaten in a while. I was originally just going to get a snack, but it's been 5 hours since I've had food, so I should have a proper meal. I'm thinking I should have some noodles because they're quick and easy to make. So, I'm going to take this as an opportunity, because Mum will probably nag me otherwise. Troll Mum, we love her. I'm thinking I should probably take a little break, eat some food. Probably going to take about 20 minutes to half an hour, depending. I will be in chat, just like chatting while I'm like either waiting for the food to cook or eating itself, you know. So I am still going to be here. I'm just going to be eating, okay? So I will take a little BRB break. Use this as an opportunity to get snacks, to eat yourself, to do whatever it is you need to do. I'm still going to be here. I'm just going to be eating. So, yeah. Take a break. See you soon. Okay, we're back. That was delicious. It was a lot of food, but it was delicious. I probably shouldn't have chosen to eat something greasy, because now it's on my vocal cords and I'm gonna have to like wait a second for it to clear out. But it was delicious. So towels in a bar. Oh yes, I require the towels to hinder my perspiration. It's good to know that Vod Village are getting the love and respect they deserve. What drink would people want in the bar? You know what? There is a character that you could ask about this. But she hasn't showed up yet. Should we continue with Trauma? We love her. Also, this I'm just gonna read it in my voice because it's way easier. So let's continue, shall we? The sufferer required a less conventional upbringing to reach maturity. As a young grub, he landed in the brooding caverns where he would be expected to face his trials. But due to his mutation, surely no Lucis would select him. No creature sympathetic to his scent had been bred yet. His odds for survival would have been remote, if not for a chance encounter. The Doloroso belonged to the rare class assigned strictly to serving the mother grub in the caverns, forbidden from visiting the surface. While on an errand, she found the young sufferer in his crater, and immediately recognized the child as special, as well as in great danger. For an adult troll to raise a child was unthinkable, but she saw no other hope for him. The Dolorosa abandoned her duties in the caverns and fled to the surface to raise him. In time, she would become the first follower of his teachings, and the first of his inner circle, but not his closest. I love how angry he looks. It's like, yeah, that's definitely Carcat's parent. Surrounding him on his rise to infamy, and throughout the rebellion, were the most trusted elites among his devoted. The Psionic was a mage of unequaled telekinetic ability, who upon hearing the words of the sufferer were inspired to free himself from the sort of slavery typical of his mentally gifted class. But his most devoted of all was his disciple. She listened to every vision he retold, every lesson he preached, and faithfully recorded his scripture. Her ear was open to him always, and in time his heart opened to her. To spread his message throughout the world, they took to the seas in the vessel of legend known as the First Ship. It was said their love went beyond the four quadrants, transcending the grid entirely, whatever that nonsense actually means. Fago, wine, tea, coffee, and apple juice, aka the essentials. Absolutely, yes. Also, stamina potion. But yeah, I agree with all of that. The disciple was to be killed along with him, but at the last moment the executioner inexplicably took pity on her and allowed her to escape. She absconded with the leggings, which remained the only physical evidence of his holy suffering. She hid in the caves for many sweeps, transcribing all of his scriptures from memory on the walls, in the blood of slain creatures, and lived the rest of her days in monastic savagery. Her dedication would be critical to the persistence of his message, but the Dolorosa was less fortunate, and was sold into slavery, She spent the rest of her life as property of vicious sea dwellers. As for the psionic, he was enlisted in a far worse, if far more prestigious service. He was forced to serve as the helmsman for her condescension's imperial battleship. Just to explain this, basically, while yes, Solix is the most powerful troll because he has psionics, because he's, telekinetic and all that shit, his fate is basically to be chained up to this ship and used as a battery. So he will be given immortal life, but the cost of that is that he will just be used as a battery to power the ship. So yeah. Psychics of his kind were exploited for interstellar travel, and his abilities made her ship the fastest in the fleet by far. She grew so enamored of her helmsman and his power, she would use her touch to extend his lifespan to match her own. Do you recognize this symbol? Can't forget the stamina potions? Yeah, you can't. Things should start to fall into place pretty soon. Surely you recognize this. It might look a little bit different, but surely you recognize it. Together they explored the stars for thousands of years. Due to the speed of her ship, she would personally expand the boundaries of her empire, typically being the first to greet new races before conquering them. After making first contact, occasions which she generally kept cordial, she would move on to a new territory, while a division of her fleet set a course for the unfortunate civilization, and proceeded to tear it apart. It could be any of the lethal brigades under her command to receive the orders, be it the Thressecutioners, Cavalry Reapers, Laugh Assassins, or Ruffian Annihilators. Each was notoriously cruel in its own way, and each being carried out orders with absolute loyalty. Because while the Condus would extend a single life on her whim, she could just as casually cut short that of millions. There she is! There she fucking is! If angered, she could simply express her grievance through communion with her ancient Lucis of the Deep, and turn its psychic devastation on her multitudes. The class hierarchy played into her hands politically in this respect. Holy mama, yeah. She's kind of a big deal. Killing off a haphazard swathe of the population or an entire class was suitable as a measure of last resort, but mass extermination does not lend itself well to practical governance. Its looming threat, however, is quite effective, especially while her empire was partitioned neatly into blood castes. She could use her leverage to delegate oppression to the subjugators, whose unique abilities and exceptional brutality made them natural enforcers. They too would delegate in their governance, exploiting the pride and loyalty of dangerous blue bloods beneath them, and so down on this hemospectrum until the enslavement of the common case was inescapable, in spite of their genetic gifts and strength in numbers. As a self-governing body, the land-dwelling portion of her empire was formidable. But her force of sea dwellers was equally formidable, and the two were kept in check not only with the threat of psychic annihilation, but their mutual hatred and disgust. Mama always warned about women like you. I was hoping she was right. Yeah, pretty much. The only threat to her power was unification through uprising and possibility made remote once she fully decentralized the race from the homeworld. She scattered all but the children throughout the galaxy after her most recent rebellion led by the Summoner. Upon doing so, she became so comfortable with her grip on power, she risked venturing deeper into space than ever before to grow her empire. But the more space she put between herself and Glibberglib, the more she risked weakening her bond with the monster. Weakening her bond with the monster. The bond she and her successors shared with it, exclusively, could sway, and become strengthened with the younger. Perhaps she grew complacent with the threat successors posed. After such a long history of killing them with ease, heiresses upon reaching maturity were expected to challenge the Condors for the throne. It was not merely expected of them by their people, but demanded by their shared Lucis. I like to think of her as the pet I gave to their race at the dawning of their species' evolution, like a sentience warming gift. Again, it's just the sort of thing a good host does. Hey, Zeko, what's up? Welcome in. We're learning about the ancestors. If the lapse in her custodial bond was significant enough, it was not just political power she risked. At such a distance, she sacrificed concentration needed to curb its most dreadful psychic shriek of all, the galaxy-wide extinction event called the Vast Glub. I've just noticed Zako always comes in and just puts a bucket down. I've just noticed that. Like, you always put a bucket. Wait, I'm guessing you haven't been a Homestuck for very long, right? I feel like maybe you've been a Homestuck for a couple years. Can't have been that long. I feel like Homestucks that have been around a while, they don't find the bucket thing funny anymore. I'm guessing you're new. You were reading Hive Swap on your stream, if I remember correctly. But how you doing? Welcome in. Of course, this eventuality proved a fitting reward for such reckless expansion of her territory. She chose the worst time possible to explore further from the homeworld than she'd ever been. She was scouring the edge of the galaxy for systems to plunder when she received word of her planet's devastation by meteors. The young were being slaughtered, the mother grub was dead. The end times were upon her people. She ordered all fleets to return to Alternia, but such was her empire's expansion and interplanetary occupation. Few could make it in time to provide any meaningful defense. She instructed her helmsman to pilot the ship faster than he ever had, and he did so through extreme physical duress. He was able to leap across thousands of light years in a matter of hours. The exertion likely would have killed him if the glub didn't get to him first. Her touch could extend life, but never restore it, to her lament. In that instance, her empire was gone. Glubberglib's swan song wiped out her entire race, save the Condens and her lone heiress, leaving the empire nothing than a galactic necropolis of floating tombs. She was forced to continue the journey home on auxiliary power. Her ship now travels near the speed of light, a pale shadow of its former velocity. It would take her another 612 solar sweeps after the glub to reach her destination. She should arrive any minute now. When she does, she will find nothing but ruins and dust. If she cared to look closer, she would find a city of slain exiles, a man on the moon, and a pair of black lovers locked in a deadly dance. But whether she looks on or not, one thing will find her with certainty: a new employment opportunity. Are you paying attention, protege? This is where your role in the story begins. Now stop your pouting and listen. Unless you want another helping to the backside of my... Oh, nuts. I seem to have forgotten my discipline broom. Anyway, the last of the 12 ancestors arrived a bit late. In fact, she would cross through her portal 6 centuries after the descendants had come and gone. There weren't many left to look after her, so she ended up in foster care. I remember it like it was yesterday, and for one who has as much time on his hands as I, it essentially was. I would raise the girl to be groomed for her calling. My lessons would emphasize obedience, mastery of clockwork magics, and being locked in a room. As you must have gathered by now, my employer will enter this universe quite soon. I will then relinquish my custody to him, and she will serve as his handmaid for an eternity to be specified. As you must have also gathered, she's already done so through her most common of blood. Should have let her through her most common, though her most common of blood, should have let her expire in just a dozen or two sweeps. Wow, that's a really short lifespan. Okay, so apparently Rustblood's lifespan is less than a human's. Because a dozen sweeps is, I believe, like 26 years. So double that is... That's very rough. Yeah. So a dozen sweeps is 26 years. Double that is... like 54? Well, fuck me, I guess. Yeah, about 54 years. So life expectancy is about 54 years for a Rustblood. So damn. Though her most common of blood would have let her expire in just a dozen or two sweeps, his curse kept her very much alive, and she did not intend to stay that way. There she is. His curse is one of the unconditional mortality, one of conditional mortality, with the desired outcome contingent on her service. When I release her, she will take her place at his side and travel through time to carry out his orders. Oh, welcome back, Coco. Yeah, welcome back. While I'm a weapon of subtlety and precision, the handmaid is strictly an apparatus of terror and suffering. We have both paved the road to his arrival, I in my way and she in hers. She would be present during every watershed moment in her civilization's development. Oh my god, watershed. Sorry, I was just reminded of a really, really sad fanfiction. There's a really sad Homestuck fanfiction called Watershed. And oh my god, it made me cry. Oh, if you've read it, you know. It's really sad. It's so sad. Funnily enough, it has Equius in it. I forgot that it had Equius in it. Huh. Still. Where was I? There we go. Her recurrence in history would earn her the reputation of a demoness, more feared than even her master. A man though dreadful, rarely makes himself seen. She stirred up class warfare and intensified bigotry in whatever era she haunted. She made sure the descendants would enter a world which prepared them well for the game, and took measures to see that they would play as they did. But once they entered and their world was in ashes, her work was nearly complete. Now, 6 centuries later, she would be given one last order to follow before her curse was lifted. A simple recruitment job. The handmaid will enlist the Condis, extending the same bargain once offered to her. It will be the sort of involving neither negotiation nor possibility of refusal, expressed in terms plainly understood by the soulless genocidal. The Condis will serve as her new master's witch, carrying out his work in the places he cannot reach. The two last trolls alive, blood of rust and royalty, will make each other pay for the crimes against their race. Their payment will be mutually dealt in the currency of punishment and reward at once. The Condis will be rewarded with the power and immortality her new service entails, and punished by the grueling slavery for which it is synonymous, and you, young lady, are to be punished by death at the hands of your replacement, and so too will this be your reward. Oh my god, no, we're not keeping track of how many people have died and survived. Not at all. Because too many have died, too many have come back to life, too many have died again. There's so many dead Daves. So many dead Daves. You have a chart? And so, my dear, that is the inspiring tale of your people. Zacho, when did you get into Homestuck, if you don't mind me asking? I'm curious. And why you should feel rather privileged. But we got to keep count of every troll that appears that aren't in the main cast. And immediately got firebombed. I was there for Bard Quest. Bard Quest? Bard Quest? He never did finish it. Bard Quest. That's like... I'm trying to remember when that was. It's definitely Act 5, right? I'm like OG MSPA. Really? You said buckets all the time. I assumed you were new because, like, that's a haha buckets thing. This was pre-Homestuck. Bard Quest isn't pre-Homestuck. I'm pretty sure Bard Quest, the Bard Quest link was dropped in Act 5, was it not? Because they link to it. There's a link to Bard Quest. Or is it Act 4? Huh. Can't remember. All I remember is trying to submit names for John. That's like early days Homestuck. That's like MSPA forum shit. You don't strike me as an OG, which is strange. I showed up during the Gigapause. I'm a Gigapause baby. So I was able to binge most of Homestuck. Because I'm more a Gundam of Autumn's girly. No, I mean because of the bucket thing. Like, I always associate people making bucket jokes as people being new Homestucks. Because it's like, haha, bucket joke, haha. The bucket is more for a recognition thing. Oh, I see, okay. It's just a calling card. That makes sense. Alright. Buckets to you, milady. That makes sense. I usually, when I encounter Homestucks making bucket jokes, so I'm like, oh, okay, alright, you're new. Alright, haha, yes, bucket's funny. Like, where did you get your shoelaces thing? Where did you get your shoelaces thing? What? Huh? Showed up hella late to the Homestuck party. Also, I stole them from the president. What the fuck? Am I missing something? I must be. HC knows. Are you quoting a Homestuck thing that I haven't rehashed yet? Is this old people talk? This is what happens when you don't interact with a fandom for 10 years. You have a Tumblr account, you don't know about shoelaces. Okay, Hefinium. I don't interact with the Homestuck fandom. I don't do it. Because, unlike you, I had to deal with Homestuck 10 years ago, and the fandom 10 years ago was horrendous. It was the Battle of Jericho taunting both the sides with my... Is that a quote? Are you quoting? Instead of being cryptic and irritating, like Dave Strider would be, could you please say what you are quoting so I understand? I'd like clarity, please. I understand nothing. Waffle, you me both. Shoelaces bit is a Tumblr user recognition thing. See, how the fuck would I know that? I made my Tumblr account, like, a couple months ago, and I haven't touched Tumblr in a long time. I am an old school Tumblr user, yes. But I haven't touched it in a long time because Homestuck was a really toxic fandom for a while. Zygote looking ass. Are you insulting me in my own stream? You really came into my stream and started insulting me. Is that what's happening here? I'm just going to give you a moment. You really came into my stream to insult me. Is that just for clarity reasons, is that what's happening here? I need to ask for clarity apparently because all we're doing is talking in fucking like cryptic internet speak. Like we're fucking, I don't know, emulating what would be cool kids if we knew what cool kids were, but none of us know that because we're all fucking Homestucks. No? Nothing? Silence? We swing for the fences? Okay, sure. I mean, if that's what you want to do, swing for the fences instead of maybe say that you weren't insulting me. Just saying, that might be an idea. I can tell you what I swing for. I swing for the ban button. Go fuck yourself. Don't come into my fucking chat and insult me and then double down on it like a prick. Don't think for a second I'm okay with that kind of talk. I don't mind someone coming in making obscure references, but don't be fucking cryptic about shit. Don't have me actually genuinely confused about what the fuck is going on, okay? I asked for clarity multiple times. You could have fucking given it. You didn't. You decided to emulate Dave Strider because you want to feel important, you want to feel cool. Spoiler alert, you're not. You know why you're not? Because you're like fucking Homestuck. Not a single person on this planet reads Homestuck and is cool. Those are the fucking rules. We're not allowed to be cool because Andrew Hussey sucked all of the cool out of us like some awful fucking hag in a back alley sucking off someone for our next fucking paycheck. So do me a favour, grow the fuck up and stop being a cryptic little bitch calling people a zygote. Okay? Good. Right. Done. Moving on. Back to Homestuck. Also, thank you, Hefinium, for teaching me about the shoelaces thing. I appreciate it. There's nothing I hate more than a cryptic bitch. Oh, there's a reason why I don't like Vriska. Cryptic. Ugh. Okay, moving on. Well, yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens. I hate it. I hate it when people are cryptic and they don't fucking give me a straight goddamn answer. I can't stand that shit. Just because we're reading Homestuck doesn't mean you get to be Andrew Hussey 2.0. I don't like him. What makes you think I'd want a second one? Come on, guys. Get it together. Moving on. And so, my dear, that's the inspiring tale of your people, and why you should feel rather privileged to be in a position for which I've groomed you meticulously. Are you not grateful? Yes, surely you are. And it warms the soft, fluffy material in my chest to know this. What is it? What are you looking at over there? Ah, of course, the clock. I can see you have a good eye for fine timepiece. Your exemplary taste is certainly owed to a quality upbringing. Perhaps you wish to know the history of the clock, and how I came to possess it. Yes, I can see the sparkle of curiosity in your eye. It's a marvellous tale, one almost as long as it is verbosely told. Where do I even begin? Story time's over, windbag. Whoops, oh shit, get this fucking clock out of my way. I'm a one-man stampede and I got a broom, and that peal of splintering wood you hear is the last gasp of a priceless antique disintegrating beneath the outrageous fury of my authorial hooves. If I have to put up with one more smug meandering interlude to my own story, I'm gonna crack your head open and serve you a heaping bowl full of your own downy soft puppet ass. How do you like that for hospitality, Doc? I believe you'll find that as hosts go, I'm simply the best there is. See, even that little girl has had enough of your shit. Run, Aradia's ancestor. Run. You've locked up your last Asian schoolgirl, you sick fuck. Oh, don't you flop around at me like that. Are you listening, little man? Suckers. Booyah. I guess he is just a limp, lifeless puppet when I'm around. Like a reverse Calvin and Hobbes kind of thing. That is a little disturbing. Oh well, might as well try to get that disc back. Another shot? Ah. Or no, she is actually Asian. Like, she is actually Asian. It is kind of fucked up that he tries to personify the Asian girl by putting sticks in her hair. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, let's take a shot for good measure. Fuck it. Actually, no, wait, now that I think about it. Her outfit's Chinese inspired, but I'm almost certain she speaks Japanese. Which is another gross misinterpretation. I actually have wine this time. Dude, don't get drunk. Don't die. Yeah, so yet another misinterpretation of cultures by Andrew Hussey, because of course we can't have nice things. Oh well, might as well try to get that disc back. I wonder if I can just sort of reach up into and... What the hell? Looks like he's had the disc repaired for a while already, but didn't tell us. Motherfucker just loves the sound of his own voice. Snop. Oh god. Huh? Huh? Oh god. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to look at it, guys. No, you dumb homo tool, you're snapping wrong. Oh yeah, I forgot. Homo used to be an insult. Unsnop. Insert disc 2. This is awful to look at. Yeah, it is. Alright, we're finally inserting disc 2. Let's go. Attempt rare and highly dangerous 5 times showdown combo. Here we go. I just realized I was muted because I muted for the fucking, for the flash, my bad. Yeah, lime text. I wonder what that can mean. Oh, that shit's funny. There we go. Pale mates for life. And the Knight of Blood so embraced the Bard of Rage, and in each other's arms they were a quiver, and with a righteous pap and blessed shoosh, he did quell his brother's fury. For the knight looked upon his bard, all acting up and completely losing his shit, and he did resolve to calm if his juggalo ass right the fuck down. And so calmed down his juggalo ass was, and would continue if to be for all time. And the knight, in totally settling a murderous clown's ludicrous shit down proper, said, "Let there be my allegiance." And it was so. and between moirels would flow bounteous mirth, and they did hug bumpeth plentifully, and honks of reconciliation echoed far and true to the darkest upon the face of the deep. And it was good. Oh god, no. Not another recap. Oh, I know where we are. Oh, we're almost at Cascade. Oh, fuck. We're ending this with Cascade, I guess. I tell you what, when Act 5 ends, the stream ends, okay? We're almost there. The password is see you soon, okay? I'm gonna take your lack of response as tacit verification. Also, this pretty much has to be the last conversation we have, right? Your timeline cuts out completely in a minute or two because of the scratch. What are you looking at up there? Are you hypnotized by the flashy shit? What the fuck? That's been going on ever since John started scratching that big goddamn record. Aren't you acclimated to it by now? Hello? Harley? Gigas mother of screaming fuck. Whatever, I have shit to do. I guess I should be keeping an eye on the Sky 2 now. That I think about it. The bright green beacon should be appearing at any minute, assuming you actually manage to blow up the sun. And then, well, then I guess maybe we all get to hang out. While maybe not being in unyielding mortal peril. It's getting kinda old, frankly. Okay, well, this is a pretty crappy farewell. I guess it'll have to do, since there's some seriously show-stopping shit transpiring up here in fucking outer space. Later, Jade. Gonna make sure John knows what the hell he's supposed to be doing. And in case none of this works and we don't actually get to meet, I guess I should say, since apparently my gutless future self can't express himself and never got around to saying so, thus leaving it up to me as usual to say that.
Oh, sorry. I was distracted.
Oh.
No, not by all the scratchy stuff in the sky. There's something coming down.
What?
It's hard to make out, but I think it might be...
What?
Shaving cream?
What the hell is shaving cream?
It's like... Hey, car cat?
It's a lot of bombs. And shaving cream is, it's very flammable. Oh boy. Oh boy. You want to take a minute to mourn the loss of Jade? Yeah. If you're upset, just imagine how, well, Beck is feeling. That's his owner. Cascade, let's fucking go! Whew. Let's do this. I'm so excited. Oh, are you ready? Cascade is the best. Okay, right. Cascade is my favorite Flash in all of Homestuck. We are here. We are so here. Let's do this. Cascade. Ooh, let's go. Let's do this. Let's end Act 5. Yeah, I showed you guys ages ago and you didn't even know what this was. So good. Here comes the White King. Oh, he's upset because his owner's died. Pull one for Jade. I'm gonna have to pull one for a lot of fucking people. Rest in peace, Mayor. Duel states. least the mayor of our Vod Village isn't dead. Waffle, you still there? I'm here. That's good, that's good. Yes! She got it, guys. She did it. Against all odds, she got it. Time to shrink down those plants, put them in your pocket. Fourth wall. It was in Jade's house the entire time. Suckers. They created the green sun. They didn't blow it up. There it is. Oh, man. End of Act 5. Holy shit, I know. Now you know. Now you know. Like, the reason why Jade was able to god tier was because it took her her sprite and fused with her, like, god tier, I guess, which is why she now has dog ears. On top of that, Rose and Dave were able to god tier because they were on their secondary god tier beds when they died, which meant they were able to god tier and rise from the green sun. Oh, man. Rest in peace, the mayor. But also good luck to the Peregrine Mendicant, who is now I don't think she ever got an official name. I always called her Blanc Noir. I know, is it Bec Blanc? That's it. Because we have Bec Noir, so I just called her Bec Blanc because it's just white in French. But yeah, damn. We made it. We did it. Whew. We actually did it. Isn't that crazy? We made it. Gotta save that one. Crazy. We made it. You know, you will be pleased to know that we are only halfway through Homestuck. We're only halfway there. Yeah, we're at page 4110. Yeah, we're only halfway. It's okay though. We'll get there. Eventually. God damn. Dog. We'll never see. You will, eventually. Oh. So, rest in peace to the aimless renegade, to the White King, to the White Queen, to the mayor. They all sadly perished. Technically, so did Club's Deuce, but no one gives a fuck about him because he killed Jade. So, I guess now it's over. Well, the stream is for now. Let's see who we can raid. Who is out and about? I love how you still have my comment pinned to your forehead. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Dead Dave Do Not Eat is like one of my favorite things you've ever said. And it will remain one of my favorite things you ever said for quite some time. Man, we've gone play. We really have. Like, whew, there's a lot. I need to work on a toggle for Act 6 that I'm not telling you about. But it involves a certain pair of spectacles. You know, I need to make sure that I've got my my accessories game on ready. Okay, there's a few people that I could raid. You know what? Let's get the raid message in. Remember that when we're raiding someone else's stream, read their rules, don't be a dick, that kind of thing. Just want to make sure I've typed his name correctly. Yes, I have. Okay. Alright, we're going to go into a raid. Thank you all for joining me on this journey. Remember that we're only halfway there. We're living on a prayer, so to speak. Or at least some some of the dead characters are. I suppose I will see you probably not tomorrow because I might want to take another break. It depends on how I feel. But we'll see. It's one of those where I'm like iffy. I'm not sure if I'm going to have the strength to do it tomorrow, but we're definitely going to be starting Act 6 either tomorrow or the day after, okay? Keep an eye on my blue sky because I usually give you updates on whether I'm going to be like live or not, okay? Alright. Take care, everyone. Thank you for joining me. Good night.